Listo, ya estás en vivo.
Muy buenos días, tengan todos y cada uno de ustedes. Les agradecemos mucho su presencia el día de hoy. Este jueves 30 de septiembre continuamos con las sesiones de nuestro coloquio. El día de hoy tenemos la conferencia magistral dictada por Simone Bell, quien ya se encuentra aquí con nosotros, y quien moderará esta mesa será la maestra Meza. Meza es profesora de tiempo completo de la licenciatura de Arquitectura de Paisaje. Por ello me voy a permitir presentarla y leer su semblanza. Meza Paredes es arquitecta paisajista por la UNAM. Cuenta con una maestría en la Cátedra UNESCO para la Sostenibilidad, Desarrollo Sustentable por el Foro Latinoamericano de Ciencias Ambientales FLACAM y la Universidad Nacional de Lanús. Fundadora de Trazo Verde SADCB, ha realizado proyectos a nivel nacional y en el extranjero. Dentro de su trayectoria profesional, coordinó y participó con grupos de trabajo multidisciplinarios a distintas escalas. Del 2014 al 2021 fue coordinadora de la licenciatura de Arquitectura de Paisaje, periodo durante el cual se realizó la acreditación, así como la actualización del plan de estudios de la licenciatura. Forma parte del padrón de tutores del posgrado de Ciencias de la Sostenibilidad. En otras instituciones educativas ha impartido cursos de maestría en la Universidad de San Carlos, Guatemala, diplomados en la UNAM, así como en la Anáhuac del Norte y en el Instituto Tecnológico de Cajeme. Actualmente es profesora de tiempo completo de la licenciatura de Arquitectura de Paisaje y forma parte del comité ICOMOS IFLA y fungió en otros en la UNAM, así como en el gobierno de la Ciudad de México. Entre sus reconocimientos se encuentra el cuarto lugar en el Deutsche Bank Award, primer lugar al proyecto Rescate Río Magdalena en la categoría de sustentabilidad de la primera Bienal de Arquitectura de Paisaje. Ha coordinado eventos nacionales e internacionales, entre los que destacan como las primeras, segundas y terceras jornadas interdisciplinarias sobre paisaje, ordenamiento y ordenamiento territorial. Un segundo. Coordinó el proyecto de creación de la maestría en Diseño Sustentable del Paisaje junto con otros coordinadores, misma que está en proceso de aprobación. Es por ello que le cedo la palabra a Michelle y adelante con esta conferencia magistral. Bienvenida.
Muchísimas gracias por la presentación, Midori, y gracias por el esfuerzo que están haciendo todos y cada uno de ustedes desde casa de trabajar, hacer transmisiones en vivo y tener que ser personas que viven en un hogar con otros miembros de la familia y como cuidadoras principales. Muchas gracias, Midori. Un saludo para tu hijo. Quisiera presentar...
Y una disculpa.
No hay de qué disculparse. Quisiera presentarles el día de hoy al profesor Simone Bell. Me llena de mucha emoción poder recibirlo el día de hoy después de algunos años en los que nos visitó nuestra universidad. El doctor Simone Bell es un ingeniero forestal que se convirtió después en un arquitecto paisajista. Está interesado en la escala amplia del paisaje, una escala regional, que tiene que ver con áreas naturales, paisajes prístinos, áreas rurales, zonas periurbanas y sobre todo espacios azules, refiriéndose a cuerpos de agua. Esto incluye desde la planeación y aspectos de diseño, ingeniería forestal también, recreación, salud y los beneficios de estar expuestos a la naturaleza. Es director de medio tiempo en Open Space Research Center y el profesor Simone Bell fue educado en la University of Wales en Bangor, ahora la Universidad de Bangor, después en la Universidad de Edimburgo y tuvo su doctorado en la Universidad de Ciencias Ciencias Vivas de la Universidad de Estonia, donde es profesor y el jefe del Departamento de Arquitectura de Paisaje. Antes de su vida académica, él trabajó por 20 años en la Comisión Forestal y terminó siendo el jefe de Arquitectura de Paisaje. Su trabajo va desde Inglaterra, se ha extendido a Canadá, Estados Unidos, Irlanda, Finlandia, los países bálticos y Rusia. Gran parte de su práctica profesional ha sido también la reforestación, regeneración de las selvas caledonias, entre otros, que la verdad es interesantísimo todo el trabajo de reconversión de bosques que ha hecho. Entre los intereses del profesor Bell se ha inclinado por los paisajes postcomunistas de la Europa del Este, especialmente en los países bálticos y Polonia. Algunos de sus proyectos más recientes trabajan sobre la acción en zonas costeras en el Horizonte Europeo 2020 y fundó el proyecto Blue Health, que significa salud azul, en donde trabaja la relación entre el agua con el medio ambiente y la salud y bienestar. Es profesor de la Universidad de Latvia en la Escuela de Agricultura y ha sido profesor invitado en Warsaw, en China. Algunos de sus textos han sido traducidos ya al chino y al persa. El profesor Bell enseña arquitectura, planeación y diseño y tiene a muchos estudiantes de doctorado en Edimburgo y en Estonia. Es codirector de la maestría en Paisaje y Bienestar. También participa como jurado en algunas de las revistas arbitradas como Urban Forestry y Urban Greening Ecological Indicators, Journal of Recreation and Tourism y algunas otras. El profesor Bell fue presidente del Consejo Europeo de Escuelas de Arquitectura de Paisaje, ECLAS. Este cuerpo representa el interés de los educadores de arquitectura de paisaje, así como investigadores. Manejan una conferencia anual bastante prestigiosa y presentan premios a las mejores investigaciones y prácticas docentes. Con esto quisiera darle la bienvenida al profesor. Dear Professor, thank you so much for joining us, for accepting this invitation, and we are hoping to hear all that you have to say about all your projects. Thank you again.
Well, thank you for that very extensive CV. I didn't realize you were going to read out my entire CV from beginning to end. Thank you, and I recognize most of it. I mean, I can kind of sort of follow Spanish, even if I can't necessarily speak it very well. And Latin American Spanish is easier to understand than Spanish because of the Castilian lisp. You don't use it so much. So I will share my screen and then start my presentation. And I'm very happy. Does this work? Wait a moment. It's supposed to start at the beginning. I don't know why it didn't. Yes. So I'm very, very excited to be able to speak to you today, because today also coincides with the publication of a book which I'm the kind of lead editor of, out of this Blue Health project, which is going to be very, very valuable for landscape planners and designers and other professions working in this theme of blue space. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a quick overview of the Blue Health project, or at least the key elements of the project which relate to landscape planning and design. And then I'm going to talk about some of the experimental design interventions that we undertook as part of this project. And then at the end, I will present the book and the Blue Health Tools website, which are all open access and freely available for professionals, for academics, for students, for the general public to use and to look at. So this project then, Blue Health, about linking the environment, climate, and health. And it's part of this big thing nowadays of how the landscape, and we often hear about green infrastructure and so on, can help us to mitigate and to prevent various diseases, lifestyle diseases, for example. But of course, in the COVID times, when we've been locked up and not being able to go and visit places, people have really started to appreciate the importance of parks, green areas, rivers, lakes, the seaside, places which they weren't able to get to so often, but really, really need. So I think we are now seeing a particular period which should be very rich for landscape architecture in the post-COVID world, because people really realize and understand how important this is. So this project was funded by the European Union under what was known as the Horizon 2020 program. And before Blue Health, there was a lot of work linking natural environments and improved health, but they tended to focus on green spaces, on parks, on forests, on nature areas, but much less known about blue space and health. And often blue spaces were considered a mere subset of green spaces, whereas in fact they are really a kind of parallel set of types of open space or public space that we can work in. Now, why would we do it in Europe? Well, it's actually a perfect place to do it. Europe has over 91,000 kilometers of coastline, ranging from the Arctic to the Mediterranean, so many different climates. It has 194 coastal cities, and about over 50% of the population live within 50 kilometers of the sea, because of course there's an enormous coastline, and within 2.5 kilometers of fresh water. So water is actually available and very necessary and very accessible to people. So it was an international project. You can see there is Estonia on the top right, as it were. Wait a moment, just go back one. Yeah, and you can see it's the little country south of Finland. Just so if you don't know where Estonia actually is, it's there. We were the only Department of Landscape Architecture involved in the project. Everybody else were epidemiologists or environmental psychologists or modelers or some sort of medical background and health background. So a large part of the project was actually about designing and planning and designing blue spaces, but we were the only group who were actually involved in that. So it was 6 million euros of research grants between 2016, January and December 2020, with legacy continuing beyond that period, of course, as we keep publishing and so on. Now, what do we mean by blue space? So you can be in the water, on the water, near the water, sensing the water, under the water. It can be natural or man-made on a spectrum from the rural to the urban. It's an outdoor environment. We're not dealing with indoor swimming pools and that kind of thing. And it can be from the coastal to the inland. So many different kinds of spaces which have to be accessible to people to be able to get the benefits, generally speaking. So we have a conceptual model. So let's say our target is to improve and maximize the positive impacts of urban blue spaces at a population health and well-being level. So how do we improve the health and well-being of the population? Through accessibility to blue space. So that can be through contact, direct contact and indirect contact with blue spaces. And it can be activities in those blue spaces. And that means not just the water, but it means the land next to the water, like the beach or the riverbank or the lake shore. So it's the blue spaces, both the water part and the terrestrial part, and the margin or the edge in between them. Now that contact and activities is dependent, in turn, on the quantity and quality of blue spaces. So how do we ensure the accessibility of these spaces, which in turn means that we have to think about urban planning and the blue infrastructure within the urban environment. So how do we design our cities to produce these possibilities? And we're also living in times of climate and extreme events. And with water, of course, we're dealing with something that's very much more dynamic. We get floods. Drowning is one of the biggest causes of death. We get algal blooms, we get bacteria, we get pollution. So water is a much more complex and dynamic element than just a forest or a park, for example. So all of these really show that in order to achieve what we want, it's really about planning and design. And the evidence for why and how blue spaces affect our health and well-being, which can then be brought into planning and design. So it was interdisciplinary research, and what we did in total was a set of systematic reviews to understand the evidence that was currently out there and the strength of that evidence. We used some secondary survey data that was already available to do some big studies. We did a large international survey of 14 countries. We did a series of social and structural interventions, experimental interventions, which is what I'll focus on particularly. Plus, we developed the Blue Health Toolbox, which I'll demonstrate later. We did some virtual reality lab-based experiments to try to think of how we can bring virtual blue space to people who can't go and experience real blue space, and some future scenario planning. I'm not going to have time to talk about all of these particular things, and if you're interested, you can find out more on the website where all of these things are presented, and there's lots of links to publications and so on. But I don't have time, and a lot of those things not relevant to what I'm going to be talking about. And of course, we did a lot of engagement and dissemination, of which this kind of presentation can be counted. So these social and structural interventions, and this was all using a concept of urban acupuncture, which you might have come across. So we did 5 interventions, experimental interventions, in Estonia, where we did 2, because we are based there and it was easy to do them, in Spain, in Portugal, and the UK. So we had different climates, different kinds of interventions, in different cultural and social contexts. We did community interaction and co-design for these, and we did redesign to improve access, and through before and after studies, we assessed physical and mental health impacts through this pre-post intervention. And together with the interventions and the other work that we did, we produced the Urban Blue Spaces book, and an accompanying what we call the Blue Profile website, where we have a large number, it's still growing, we're still populating it, of projects which we have evaluated, critically reviewed, to give inspiration for designers about what makes a good blue space. So best practice illustrations, examples, and we created the toolbox as well. So there are 4 new tools. They all have a sort of acronym. So the Blue Health Behavioral Assessment Tool, or BBAT, which sounds like Spanish, like Vivat, something, which is I'll talk about these in a little bit more detail. The Blue Health Environmental Assessment Tool, or the BEAT. The Blue Health Community Level Survey, which allows you to do pre and post intervention surveys, and a decision support tool in order to look at the risks and benefits of a blue space, and to try to manage the risks and maximize the benefits. And these are aimed at helping planners, architects, communities, firstly to evaluate and monitor blue space use of an existing blue space, to do assessments of a project so that we are doing evidence-based design, to inform blue infrastructure ideas for new projects. And these are robust, transparent, and repeatable, so that different people can apply them and come up with the same sort of answers, which gives a good robustness for them as providers of evidence. So the Blue Health Behavior Assessment Tool, or the BBAT, is assessing what people do at a site. So it's systematic observation of a site. So it's who is doing what and where within a site. So we're mapping, for example, passive behavior, sitting, lying, sunbathing, or active, walking, dog walking, playing, running, etc. In the water, of course, swimming, sailing, kayaking, etc. Through this, because of how you get the data, you can compare groups and activities. And we have an observation protocol. The whole thing is explained in the book. And there is part of the tool's website where you can also watch some videos about how to do this. You can do statistical analysis, which is both spatial and aspatial. And it's built in the freeware Quantum GIS, Quantum Geographic Information System. And there's some scripting to use for this, which you can download, and you create these, amongst things, these visual geographic heat maps, like this one here, which I'll come back to later on, which is before an intervention and after an intervention, showing how the hotspots or the heat areas have changed as a result of one of our experimental interventions. The Blue Health Environmental Assessment tool is about evaluating site characteristics in an objective kind of way. So we look at the social, the physical and ecological characteristics of a particular site. So what and where, what's its environmental and ecological state? And we rate these against a set of criteria under different domains and aspects. And we rate them on a scale of 1 to 5 and produce these kind of spidergrams. And it uses 4 steps: a pre-site survey desk study, a description of the site, an in-situ terrestrial site survey, and a water ecosystem assessment. This is one of the tools. It's all available. You can do an online data inputting and get the answers out of the system. You'll be able to play with it later on. The community level survey is about surveying people on sites at the local level. So it measures the social context and level of well-being. So they are very flexible. You can do it online or in paper or in person, and very adaptable. And it builds the evidence base for planning. Who are the people who currently use a particular site, or who are the potential users of a site? What do they do already about visits? Where do they visit? What do they do when they visit? How do they visit? And did those visits affect their health and well-being? And then there's the decision support tool, which is aimed at planners, authorities, engineers, policymakers, businesses, and the public. And it allows you to look at particular blue space types, and then what are the risks and benefits to public health and well-being and the environment associated with these particular types. And again, it's an online tool, and you can go into it, and then it generates the answers for you. So all of these things are freely available and been tested and validated, and are all very robust. So now I'd like to turn to the actual research that we did, which is what we're calling this urban acupuncture. So what do we mean by this? So it's a socio-environmental theory that combines contemporary urban design with the concept of traditional Chinese acupuncture, using small-scale interventions to transform the larger urban context. In other words, like in Chinese acupuncture, a small needle prick in one part of the body has a bigger impact throughout that body. So how a small intervention can actually have a big difference compared with its actual cost and size. And it was originally coined, the term, by the Barcelonan architect and urbanist Manuel de Sola Morales, and developed further by the Finnish architect and social theorist who has a Spanish name, strangely, Marco Casagrande. And the concept moves away, therefore, from massive urban renewal projects, which are very expensive and time-consuming, in favor of a more localized and community-based approach that could democratically and cheaply offer a respite to urban dwellers. So we think it's actually a very good approach, and so we decided to include it as experiments. So these are just some examples of what are some urban acupuncture. So something very small, very focused, but in this case, it gives you access to a canalized river, not down to the water, but closer than on the street where you can't see it because of the slope and because of the trees. This is in Ljubljana in Slovenia. Or this one, which is just a small element that invites people to relax and enjoy the blue space and to hang out, literally, in this case. Or to get access to somewhere which is very physically challenging, a very sharp, rocky beach, which is almost impossible to walk over. You can't sunbathe, you can't get to the water. So these wooden installations, which help you to get close to the water, which you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. Or something where you can create the access to or from the water, something very simple like this wooden decking. You can sit and lie and relax by the water's edge, or you could kayak or canoe and come up and come out of the water, or even just dip into the water and go swimming. But you couldn't do it on the natural slope that's there. It's too steep and not very suitable. So we have these various projects that we did. The first one, the one I'll explain in a bit more detail, is in Plymouth, called Teats Hill, a rundown park within a deprived community, a small budget to renovate it, so not possible to make a big project for it, and good possibilities for local community involvement in the co-design of the project. And good collaboration between the City of Plymouth and we, the Blue Health researchers. So that's the City of Plymouth in southwest England. This is the site, and it's in the middle of the picture, more or less. And the challenge then was, can improving access to urban blue spaces help address health and well-being inequalities of that population? So this is the site beforehand. There was a small beach, a slipway down to the water, but it was broken and it was blocked. People were parking cars and blocking it. There's a lot of vegetation blocking views, a play area very run down, and near some deprived housing. So it was looking like this, with that car parking and that broken concrete. It's tidal water, so that photograph was taken when the tide was out. But very dense vegetation, meaning that the interface between the water, the beach, and the land was kind of blocked off. So an unofficial car park with extremely poor access to the beach. And therefore, we came up with some initial ideas. And this is my first simple little sketch, which I did after a site visit one in the evening. And then I had a meeting the following day to the stakeholders of the project and presented it to them. And they all thought it looked really interesting. And they said, yeah, great, let's go for that. So then it was developed up and worked on with a lot of input from local community members, comments and so on. And they did these different activities to bring the local people and the kids there, talk about the place, talk about what they liked there, talk about the ideas that we had. And then, yeah, this is sort of the activities. There was a model was made to demonstrate in 3 dimensions. There was discussion with lots of residents about the plans, and these fun days down at the site before we did any work on it. And lots of on-site discussions. So then the project was finalized, it went out to tender, and then it was constructed. And from this plan of the after, you can see it primarily involved a little open-air theatre on the interface between the coastline part and beach and the land, and it giving access and views to the water, a place for flexible use with some seating and some slopes, and a play area that was modified, and vegetation was managed and cleared away. And it all cost about £40,000 in total to do the project. Half the money came from the Plymouth City Council and half from the project budget. And this is the constructed open-air theatre when it was just newly completed, with the site of Plymouth in the background. And it could be used for performances, for just sitting and chilling and talking, for skateboarding, for playing, for all sorts of different things. Very versatile, robust space. And that's how it looks with the social housing behind and the repaired slipway. And you can see it's tucked down using the natural slopes so that it relates to the topography and gives a certain sense that you're down in the landscape, closer to the water. So this is the simple analysis from the QGIS. So it's the pre-intervention BBAT mapping on the left and the post-intervention on the right from 2018. These were observations done on exactly the same protocol in 2017 and 2018. And we noticed that the number of users was doubled, more than doubled. And you can see by the hotspots that although the path is still very popular that went through the site, actually on the site and down where the theatre is in the play area are where we've got these new hotspots, and in fact on the beach as well. Statistically, we can look at the levels of physical activity, top left and the middle. We can see the pre and post intervention, and you can see a different pattern of activities with walking through the site still quite dominating, but a lot of other activities becoming more popular. And on the right, we have the water-based activities pre and post, and a lot more water use in the second year than from the first year. So this pre and post analysis demonstrates the impact and what people are doing there. The second project is in Tartu in Estonia, called Ante Canal. It's an artificial lake used for swimming and fishing in the summer, and in Estonia where we get cold winters for skating and ice fishing. So in fact, two completely different seasons with totally different activities. It's near the biggest Soviet era housing complex in Tartu, so where a third of the population of the city live. And parts have very good access and crowded in the summer, and other areas don't have much access. So we wanted to move the, spread the load a little bit. And we had good collaboration with Tartu city government. And we also did this with a student project. We did site observation to select the specific site. We did the survey, and we did stakeholder consultation and co-design. So this is what it looks like, this kind of linear, it's almost like a rowing canal next to the river, with the housing to the upper part of the picture. And this is kind of what it looks like from above, with that Soviet block housing in the background. So we did these observations, and we could see that parts of the site were extremely crowded and others not. So we picked a very quiet area. You can see that from the hotspot analysis. We developed ideas with students, which were then translated into further ideas and worked on with a workshop with various people. And then we came up with 4 different options. And these were presented to people in some local shopping centres while they filled in some questionnaires and did various things. And they were asked to vote on which of these they would like to see implemented. And option D was the one that option B was the favorite one, which was then developed. Something like that. And in fact, it wasn't too far off that was then created. So this is the completed project in the winter at the top and in the summer at the bottom. And we conducted the pre and post impacts and questionnaires and so on. And we found this didn't have such an impact because it's quite small, but it had a kind of a micro impact, we could say. And people were using it, and it was very positively received. The third project is a place called Kopli in Tallinn, the capital of Estonia, on the coast. So it's an urban beach, used a bit for swimming and fishing in summer and ice fishing in the winter, but not widely used. In quite a poor area of Tallinn with these Soviet houses nearby, well away from a more developed and managed beach, and it therefore attracts a bit more antisocial activities. Again, good collaboration with Tallinn City, and we did site observation again to select the specific site, surveys, and stakeholder consultation as before. So this was again in a shopping centre. We had the options for the people to vote for, and they were filling in questionnaires and giving feedback. We were using students and other people to collect the data. This was the options which were offered, 3 of them, and the middle one, B, was the one that was preferred, which gives improved opportunities for resting and sunbathing, also, not just one element, there were several things that we produced using old concrete blocks covered in wood to make sitting and lying places in the places which were seen as most popular and safe. And the major thing is a new platform for resting, gathering and socializing near an old, completely broken slipway that is nevertheless used for a bit of swimming. And this is the main intervention that we created. This kind of sloping deck, and we also provided these seats and platforms on this old smashed up concrete all the way along the beach. And then we have a before and after of the intervention. So above is how the beach was used beforehand, and the red little features on the lower image are the interventions, the larger one being that deck. And you can see how the hotspots have increased with increased numbers, and how they are really focused on our interventions. So we can see that they were having an impact and attracting people to use them. As soon as they were put on the site, people started using them. The third project, the fourth project is in Spain, near Barcelona. Very interesting. It's an old spring with seating inside that was traditionally used to cool off in the summer, built in the 1920s. It's kind of modernist design. Next to this sort of urban development, or urbanaciones, that they call it in Spain. So it's like urban development, but it's not really in a city. It's somehow by itself, in a valley with a seasonal stream, of course it's Mediterranean climate, and some local use and misuse. We had good collaboration with the local municipality of Rubi, which is not far from Barcelona. And we also collaborated with colleagues in Barcelona Polytechnic University, and they used a student project using the method of Karl Steinitz, Professor Karl Steinitz of Harvard University, to do the site analysis with local people to give their preferences for different areas and where they'd like the intervention. And the implementation was done with a local environmental NGO and volunteers for part of it, and the rest of it was done by the Rubi municipality. So this is the workshop that was held with local people, where they had lots of photographs. They had to rank them according to their preferences. This is the Steinitz method. And in the middle there are the people participating in that, some from the master program in Barcelona, and in the middle is Marina Severa, who is quite well known and very active in IFLI Europe. And next to her, one of the Spanish researchers, Mireia Gascon. And so this is how they assess the area according to color coding. And if you can read Catalan, you can see what it meant at the bottom. So abandoned and insecure on the left was the red, and the nicest, the greenest, and the most natural on the right, the green. And you can see that zone number 1 was identified as the place in that locality really needing to be improved. So that was the target area. And then with student involvement and different ideas, they came up with this area that would be changed. The red dot, the font, is the spring. Across the stream, there'll be a bridge to connect it. And then the idea was to lead people into the area using, on the one hand, circles painted on asphalt tarmac, asphalt car park, old car park, and then wooden logs leading you through to where the bridge would be to the fountain or the spring, making a kind of a blue symboling. And this was how it was done with community involvement. So very, very cheap, small. In fact, this is almost tactical urbanism. It's almost temporary. And there was tree planting and bushes and picnic tables and signs and other things put on. And this is the spring itself. That's how it was discovered, all overgrown and broken, and then after renovation. So you climb down these steps, you sit on these kind of concrete sofas, and you've got the water, which evaporates and creates a nice, humid, cool environment for a hot, dry day. And it was renovated by the municipality. And the final project is in Portugal, Guimarães. It's a city in the north of Portugal, and a park along a small river that was once agricultural land. A pond which was stagnant, filled with old sculptures and unattractive. And again, you students from the local university in Villarreal, Universidad de Trás Montes y Alto Douro, or UTAD, which worked with a landscape laboratory in local schools in Guimarães. And this is the park site with the dotted line around it, and that's the old pond with those horrible plastic sculptures of fish looking really tired, a very boring edge, a bit dangerous actually. So this was the target of fixing it up. So there were these workshops and ideas with students, and then with the kids, where the school children were going to make totems to go around this little lake and paint and sculpt the totems together with some bushes and some tree planting and some seating. And this was the plan that was finally done, and around this circular lake, and then this is it implemented. And there was activities done in the pouring rain, evidently, with local people, and then you can see what was done and how it was kind of revitalized. And this shows the observations before in the park and after, and it shows where a greater concentration of the lake, which is in the bottom part of the park. There's a circle you can just make out in the upper picture, and then there's a much bigger density of use around the lake, and also it's brought people to the park more generally, and you can see there's more hotspots as a result of that. So to conclude from this, I can say, well, we have yet to complete analysis and publication of the data for all the projects. The published results from Plymouth and the general perceptions from the after observations in Tallinn and Tartu are very positive. We will associate the behavior settings we've created on each site with different affordances, and also be able to assess changes in levels of physical activity once we've finalized the analysis of all the data. But the initial results are very positive, and we've conducted post interviews as well with site users and local people, which also shows a more positive view of the sites and greater feelings of safety and welcome. And we hope to carry out further studies to test the impact over time with some of these, to do more follow-up analyses. So now that gives an idea of what we've been doing, and that's all been brought together, as well as all the other academic papers and other things, in this book, which, as I mentioned, is being published today, although it's been available as open access already for a little while, and the Blue Health Tool website, which is associated with the book. And what I want to do now is to go to this book, and I think I have to go to this. I have to stop sharing, and I then have to reshare with the publisher's website. So you can find it on the Routledge website, and it says here, open access content is available. And if you click to this, you go to that, and then it comes up as the book. So you can download the entire book, or you can do it, there's the abstracts, and then chapter by chapter. So it's all completely free to download, the 16 chapters. And if you wish to look at one of them, let's just take an example of, yes, let's look at one here. It should open so you can read it on screen. It's just coming up. Just take a second or two to load. Come on. Yes, it's happening. Yeah. So this is one of the chapters where we look at one particular type of blue space, seafronts, promenades, and lakesides and beaches. And then we present a number of projects where we talk about them. These are all prize-winning projects or competition winners, or they've been critically reviewed in the professional press. We describe them, we evaluate them, and we illustrate them using these kind of analytical drawings. And we have lots of different projects from all around the world, which are done in that way. So feel free to explore, and feel free to to download it. And then if I go to the Blue Health Tools, no, I don't want to go to that one. Wait a moment, I'll just go to a different, well, okay, Blue Health Tools. Yeah, I'll just see if it comes up the right thing. No, Blue Health Tools. Yes, here we are. So this is one of the sites that we've created and we're going to be looking after in Estonia well after the project. And we have two things here. You can see the BBAT, the beat, and then there's the thing called the blue profiles if I just scroll down. So here we can go to the Blue Health Behavioral Assessment tool, and this introduces it. You can access it. There's guidebooks on it, and there's also a video by my colleague, which explains how to do the data collecting and how to input it into the system. If we go to the BEAT, the Blue Health Environmental Assessment tool, you can assess it, and you can go into it, and you can use this version here. You can undertake the professional survey. You can then do all these different activities. So, for example, you could evaluate a site, and these forms come up, and then you can assess. You have to put in some details to capture the data, and then you fill in forms, and you can do it all online like that. And then if I go to the blue profiles, so this is where we have a whole series of case studies, and we are busy uploading a lot of these. There's 180 that we're going to be putting in here eventually, and these have been critically reviewed against a series of criteria. And there's one from South America there. There's a number from China, all different places. So if we go into one of them, just by chance, you can see information about the project, what kind of place it is, what scale it is, all data about it. There's the description, and there's the photograph. And then there are the spidergrams, which give you the overall critical evaluation. And then there's a description of what goes on. And then you can find the websites and you can find all the projects. So we hope that this is a good resource for students, particularly, and professionals to get inspiration and to look at what makes a good blue space. So with that, I will stop sharing. And I'll just go back. No, I'll just stop sharing actually, because that's my presentation finished. So I hope it went okay and it was all clear.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think that you started with something very important, that we have studied many things, well-being and some other issues, but we haven't reached the blue areas. Well, we have some questions here. They say that it seems that your project, that your work, it's headed to this environmental and social justice, in which everyone has to have the access to these blue spaces. But the question is, how do you deal with conservation of the vegetation, of the ecosystems of the blue spaces and the accessibility to those spaces?
Right. Well, this is one of the aspects that we have to look at in good design, because it's inevitable. Any natural area, any beautiful nature place like a cliff top or a beach or a rocky shore or a riverbank or a lake shore is going to be attractive to people. And if we don't manage the use of that, then it's going to get destroyed and degraded. It's going to get polluted. Rubbish is going to be put there. It's going to get worn out by too many feet. And this is a very typical problem in outdoor recreation, whether it's forests, nature reserves, or at watersides. And this is where the role of infrastructure comes in. where you can put in limited amounts of infrastructure, like a boardwalk. In many of these projects, we have things like boardwalks have been installed into urban wetlands, for example, so that you can get access into an area, but you protect it at the same time. So this is one of the typical kind of planning and design challenges. Now, not all of the blue spaces, we could say, are by any means in natural areas. Many of them are in urban and industrial areas. They're all docklands, they are canalized rivers. They're places which are very hard, you know, that kind of thing. So it's not such a problem in those, but where you've got nature, of course, it becomes something. And the decision support tool, which is accessible from the main project website, but not the Blue Health Tools website, I should say. There's also the Blue Health Toolbox on the main project website. Now, that also includes aspects about the environment and the risks to the environment, not just the benefits from it or the risks to it, and the risks to the environment as well as the risks from the environment. So that is also where you're invited to take a space and to test and to check those kinds of things. But I think that one or two of the projects I showed actually demonstrate, you know, that making a place more accessible can at the same time protect the rest of the site.
I'm going to do the translation in Spanish because
sorry,
I didn't translate the question.
Oh, sorry.
No. Bueno, una de las preguntas que llegaron fue que, bueno, como comentario, que el trabajo que nos mostraron estaba muy vinculado con el concepto de justicia social y medioambiental. Pero cómo lidiar con el tema de conservación de las áreas costeras con el proveer el acceso equitativo a toda la población. Y parte de lo que nos comenta el doctor Bell es que muchas de estas intervenciones en realidad se hicieron en áreas urbanas, pero aquí es donde viene el rol de la infraestructura y cómo esta se implementa, además de que, bueno, la toma de decisiones se hacía de forma comunitaria. Pero este acceso a estos espacios, que pues mejoran la salud también, es limitado, permite entrar y disfrutar de estos espacios, pero es limitado y eran como en espacios muy puntuales, con el concepto también de acupuntura urbana. Y para ello también están las herramientas de tomas de decisiones que están en el sitio web, en donde se ve también cuáles son los beneficios que se tienen, pero también los riesgos que vienen desde el medio ambiente por estar, bueno, desde el medio acuático, y cuáles son los riesgos que pueden ir hacia ese medio y cuáles pueden venir desde esos espacios. Thank you, Professor. I think tenemos otra pregunta. Ana Campos pregunta, ¿cuál considera que fue el proyecto más exitoso con respecto a la integración de la comunidad? ¿Y qué características considera que permitió integrarse también? The question is, Professor, well, there were two, but I'm going to start with the first one. Which do you think was the most successful project that integrated the community? So successful in this social aspect. And what do you think that led to make that success, to make that community integrated more fully?
I would say definitely the project in Plymouth, because it was, first of all, it was kind of integrated into a larger funding that Plymouth had from the UK Big Lottery Fund. It was part of the National Lottery funding to improve a series of parks, but they only had a small amount of money. We then, in discussion with Plymouth, or our colleagues at Exeter University, not far away, discussed this with them, and the City Council already had a team of people who would facilitate discussions with the local community. They would do these outreach events. They would identify stakeholders. They would be able to do the surveys and so on. So there was already a good infrastructure for local public participation, particularly aimed at deprived communities. And Plymouth is a city actually with many deprived communities. in the other projects, in Tartu and Tallinn, we did have involvement, and the communities nearby are not very well off, but there's very little practice and very little experience of citizens engaging in this kind of planning. And this goes back to the post-Soviet, the kind of the hangover from Soviet times, when in the Soviet system, they had to do community actions, whether they liked it or not. So once that collapsed, they went super individualistic and just like, I'm doing my own thing. I don't want to be joining in with other people. So getting the population used to the idea of collaborating and cooperating is actually rather difficult. And the other projects did have the involvement, but it had to be much more managed. So Plymouth was definitely the more successful, and yeah, everything just worked so much more satisfactorily in Plymouth. It went very well. We had some, practical issues in some of the others as well. So I would say the Plymouth one is well worth looking at. And there's several publications already out about the Plymouth project. One is actually about the research protocol that we did. This mixed methods, with the surveys, with the site surveys, with the observations, with the design, with interviewing, all of that, and that's available. You can find these on the main project website. I'll put a link in the chat in a minute. It's also described quite a lot in the book. There's one of the chapters which is the co-design chapter. It's about how to do co-design, and each of the projects is described there and how it all happened. And I think you'll see from that, if you read that chapter, that the Plymouth one was by far the most fully developed of all of them. Sorry, you need to translate this. I completely forgot.
I'll do my best. Bueno, en definitiva, el proyecto de Plymouth en Inglaterra fue el que tuvo un mayor desarrollo, y esto se debía a que se contaba con un fondo que era una especie como de sorteo en la cual se designaba un recurso, y la ciudad ya contaba con un equipo, una infraestructura que permitía el contacto con la comunidad y con diferentes actores que estaban en la zona, además de generar actividades que atraían a las personas a las que querían hacerles las preguntas sobre cómo querían estos espacios. Entonces ya contaba con una infraestructura muy importante que ayudó a que el codiseño se llevara a cabo de una gran forma. Y menciona algunas otras cosas, como los proyectos que se hicieron en Tallinn, en Estonia, en donde los ciudadanos contaban con muy poca experiencia en cuanto a los proyectos comunitarios, porque como venían de un régimen soviético en el cual tenían que participar de las actividades comunitarias, lo quisieran o no. Una vez que salieron de este régimen, se volvieron más individualistas, y eso no permitía una colaboración tal como se llevó a cabo en otros proyectos. Pero en definitiva, el proyecto de Plymouth es el que tuvo mayor desarrollo, y esto mismo se puede encontrar en el capítulo de codiseño de la publicación que nos presentó. Professor, I think we're going to end the conversation here. I'm really, really honored to have heard you, and yes, I'm really happy to hear all these products of your big research. And also, I would like to say, if you could give just some words to the students of landscape architecture that are here, because the way the landscape architecture can insert and can coordinate some other disciplines, and how they can put this input, like you showed us in the urban acupuncture, to make beautiful, functional things, to create these spaces that could change the reality of many communities. So I'm going to translate it quickly. Quisiera pedirle al profesor Pedro, ya vamos a terminar, solamente unas palabras para la comunidad de estudiantes de la licenciatura y de todos los de arquitectura de paisaje que nos están viendo, sobre cuál es el papel de los arquitectos paisajistas en la coordinación, y cómo a través de trabajo con grupos de trabajo multidisciplinarios pueden ejercer acciones de diseño que cambien la realidad de las personas. Thank you, professor.
Yes, well, I mean, for me, landscape architecture is at a crucial position within within a range of disciplines. In fact, sometimes we call it not really a discipline as a disciplinary field, because we combine the natural sciences, the social sciences, the planning sciences, the humanities all together, and the health sciences nowadays. And we are in a very good position to be able to understand enough from these different disciplines to be able to communicate across, and also to realize that landscapes and public spaces and green and blue spaces and nature and all the rest of it are absolutely, of course, fundamental and critical to humanity and to society, which, as I mentioned earlier on, really came to a very focal point with COVID, and the recognition that going out, getting exercise, going into parks and green and blue spaces is one way of dealing with the anxiety and the stress and all of the depression and everything that people were feeling during lockdowns and all of this kind of thing. So I think it's super important that we understand that we're not just designing cool places, trendy, you know, with contemporary design idiom and that sort of thing, but we should be doing evidence-based design. We should be creating places on the basis of what works, what makes them healthy, what makes them ecological, what makes them function hydrologically, you know, those kinds of things. And that's where this interface between research for design, research on design, and research by design are actually very fundamental, I think. There's enough for you to translate, I'm sure.
Desde el punto de vista del profesor Bell, la arquitectura de paisaje no es una disciplina, sino un campo disciplinar, porque permite el poder entender y trabajar con diferentes disciplinas o campos de conocimiento, como las ciencias ambientales, las humanidades, ahora la salud, el diseño, y poder entender a todos ellos y poder comunicar. Y sobre todo hace un énfasis en que los paisajes, la infraestructura verde, la infraestructura azul, son críticos y importantes para la comunidad y para toda la humanidad. Y con el COVID se ha visto que la importancia de poder estar en los espacios abiertos es una de las formas en las cuales se ha podido lidiar con la ansiedad y la depresión por el encierro, el estar en el espacio abierto, hacer ejercicio, estar en contacto con áreas verdes, áreas verdes abiertas, y pensar que la arquitectura de paisaje no solo es diseñar cosas bonitas o en tendencia, que sean cool, sino que estén basadas en evidencia, que demuestren y que se basen en cosas que ya saben que han funcionado, que son saludables, que permiten una mejora de los sistemas hídricos, etc. Y cómo la investigación desde el diseño para el diseño es una de las formas de poder abordarlo. Professor, thank you very much. We'll take a look at your Blue Health website and also for the publication. Y les invitamos a que descarguen la publicación que el día de hoy se estrena del profesor Simon Bell. Es gratuita y bueno, es el lanzamiento para América Latina.
And I put the links to everything in the chat so that you've got them and you can send them out to everybody.
Tenemos los links, se los haremos llegar.
Yeah, so enjoy the book, enjoy the websites, be inspired, and improve the world, save the world.
Thank you, Professor. Muchísimas gracias. Con esto terminamos la mesa de la conferencia magistral del día de hoy. Esta de las 9 de la mañana. Seguiremos ahora con una mesa de discusión y posteriormente contaremos con el resto del programa. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a la maestra Michelle Meza y al profesor Simon Bell. Gracias a ambos. Vamos a presentar nuestra siguiente mesa de discusión, la mesa 3, que se titula Ciudad y Región. Y nuestro moderador será el maestro Pedro Ayala de la Universidad de Guanajuato. Pedro Ayala Cerrato, arquitecto por la Universidad de Guanajuato, maestro en arquitectura de paisaje por la Universidad Iberoamericana, Campus León. Es doctorante en diseño, planificación y conservación de paisajes y jardines por la Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana, con línea de investigación sobre el paisaje como instrumento de planificación territorial. Coordinador de la Maestría de Arquitectura de Paisaje Patrimonial y profesor de Diseño Arquitectónico y Paisaje de las carreras de Arquitectura y Diseño de Interiores de la Universidad de Guanajuato. Fungió como director de Protección y Vigilancia en la Dirección General de Desarrollo Urbano y Protección Ambiental, así como consejero del Sistema Municipal de Agua Potable y Alcantarillado del municipio de Guanajuato. En el ejercicio profesional, el trabajo realizado del año 2003 al 2021 ha girado principalmente en torno a la gestión del diseño, supervisión y construcción de edificaciones públicas y privadas, proyectos de restauración y puesta en valor del patrimonio edificado, así como centros históricos, plazas, parques y jardines. Bienvenido, Pedro. Gracias por estar aquí.
Muy buenos días, muchas gracias, Valia, por tu presentación. Buen día a todas y a todos que nos acompañan en este coloquio del porvenir del paisaje. Tengo el gusto y el honor y saludo con afecto a María Bellalta, a Lúcia Veras, a Gabriel Díaz Montemayor, quienes estarán compartiéndonos sus conocimientos en esta tercera mesa sobre Ciudad y Región. Asimismo, agradezco y saludo con afecto a mis compañeros y amigos de la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, a la Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana Unidad Azcapotzalco, a la Universidad Marista de Mérida, a la Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, a la Escuela de Arquitectura de Boston, a los amigos de IFLA Américas y a mi Universidad de Guanajuato. Buen día, me voy a permitir dar la semblanza de María Bellalta. Ella enseña teoría y práctica del diseño y estudios interdisciplinarios con un enfoque en desarrollo urbano y sobre urbanismo social. Su reciente libro, Urbanismo Social, replanteamiento, el diseño espacial, discursos desde América Latina. Considera las ciudades en América Latina y su desarrollo urbano dentro de un marco ambiental y ecológico. Participa en colaboraciones académicas con la Universidad Pontificia Bolivariana en Colombia y el Centro Metropolitano de Arquitectura Sustentable en la Ciudad de México. Ha sido invitada en la Universidad de Harvard, así como la Asociación Americana de Arquitectos Paisajistas, el Instituto Americano de Arquitectos y la Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, así como la Universidad de Guanajuato en México, entre otros. Ha ocupado cargos en los despachos de Marta Schwartz, Sasaki Asociados, y ha ofrecido más de 25 años de experiencia profesional en desarrollo de proyectos. También ha trabajado en proyectos visionarios a nivel regional e internacional, recibiendo un premio de honor por la ASLA y el Palacio de Justicia Federal de Minneapolis, ganando una mención por excelencia en diseño. María adquirió un conocimiento profundo de la ciudad de Boston, trabajó en el proyecto de la arteria central de Central Artery y la visualización de Ross Kennedy, un proyecto de diseño urbano y arquitectura paisajística que costó 22,000 millones al finalizar. Es miembro del Comité de Educación de la Sociedad Americana de Arquitectos Paisajistas desde el 2014 hasta el día de hoy y se desempeña en el grupo de liderazgo académico y en el consejo es presidente para la justicia social. María recibió su maestría de la Universidad de Harvard y con estudios previos en psicología ambiental por la Universidad de Notre Dame. Bienvenida, María. El micrófono y visualización es todo tuyo. Gracias.
Gracias, Pedro, y gracias a todos ustedes. Si me dan un momentito para poder proyectar mi pantalla y partimos. A ver, espérense un segundito. Sí. Perdón. Lo estoy haciendo mal. Tengo doble pantalla aquí. No. Un momento, ¿ok? No. A ver. No sé lo que ven ustedes.
Hace un momento se veía la presentación, ahora vemos un fondo de pantalla.
Ya, listo. Un núcleo verde, ¿sí? Ok, entonces, un momentito más y partimos. Ok. Entonces, gracias y perdón por la espera ahí, pero muy buenos días a todos. Es realmente un gran placer para mí tomar parte en este coloquio internacional del porvenir del paisaje por segunda vez y de explorar temas pertinentes al diseño del paisaje ante el cambio climático. Quedo muy agradecida con Michelle Meza, de la Facultad y el Programa de Arquitectura de Paisaje de la Universidad Autónoma de México, y con todos ustedes, los que han apoyado a estos 3 días de sesiones, donde podamos compartir brillantes ideas entre todos sobre el tema de los cambios climáticos. Muchas gracias. Y continuemos ya avanzando lentamente todo esto. Ahí. El cambio climático es una condición errática que va afectando al medio ambiente y a nuestras experiencias cotidianas. Nuestro contexto geográfico y territorial ha sido sutil, acogedor, proveedor, una fuente de aire y de pura vida. Y hoy en día el hábitat del cual hemos aprovechado simbólica y literalmente depende de nuestras teorías y prácticas colectivas. Los retos presentes, los cuales son más urgentes que nunca, hoy nos imploran. Tenemos que actuar y mitigar los diversos desastres naturales y preservar los escasos recursos que aún quedan, mientras a la vez ofreciendo espacios socioculturales y dignos para todos. Recuerdo haber asistido a conferencias de ASLA ya 10, 15 años atrás, en San Diego, en Filadelfia, en Baltimore, en Boston, entre otros, donde temas del cambio climático se presentaban y nuestras conciencias se despertaron. Se discutía sobre las ciertas inundaciones en las bahías y puertos de estas ciudades. Fueron argumentos provocativos e impresionantes. Jamás me he olvidado, eso sí, de un tipo que hubo ahí vestido de traje y que insistía enfáticamente, y entre comillas, que era el rol de los paisajistas de asegurar algún método infalible para prevenir una catástrofe en sus lotes inmobiliarios. Lamentablemente, este señor no entendía el tema, ni la fragilidad sobre la ecología de la Tierra. El tiempo va corriendo y aún semejantemente la incredulidad del expresidente y de su administración han atrasado a nuestras agendas. ¿Cómo puede ser que los Estados Unidos, uno de los países supuestamente más influyentes y moderno del hemisferio norte, se haya retirado del Acuerdo Climático de París, hasta hace poco en todo caso, Lo que es más, ¿cómo es posible que hayamos trágicamente llegado a un estado de profunda disensión? Una división que está directamente afectando a las comunidades que menos pueden defenderse de las catástrofes que están ocurriendo con mayor frecuencia. Gracias a muchísimos académicos, arquitectos, paisajistas y urbanistas, gracias a todos ustedes y al poder reunirnos hoy durante esta significativa conferencia, nos estamos reintegrando para aportar con nuestra sabiduría y liderar por medio de nuestros valores. Varias ideas potentes se han contemplado y se van experimentando, cada uno ofreciendo soluciones ingeniosas para mitigar a la crisis de los cambios climáticos en la que nos encontramos. El huracán Katrina en el año 2005 en New Orleans fue un gran huracán de categoría 5 en el Atlántico, cual causó la muerte de más de 1.800 personas y daños a un costo de $125.000. Pocos años después, en el 2012, el huracán de Sandy sacudió al Caribe, aterrizando en Staten Island, en Nueva York, y devastando a la zona otra vez. Provocado por estos desastres, el proyecto de Living Breakwaters se ejecutó por un equipo multidisciplinario dirigido por Scape como parte del concurso Rebuild by Design, lanzado por el Departamento de Vivienda y Desarrollo Urbano. El proyecto se destaca como modelo de infraestructura verde con adaptación a cambios climáticos. Con un costo de más de $100 millones, tiene una estrategia con múltiples propósitos para reducir los riesgos de la subida del mar y de aumentar la resiliencia física del borde habitado. El proyecto consiste en más de 700 metros en longitud de muros para reducir la erosión y la fuerza de las olas. Y considera el cultivo de ostras como tejido molúsculo estructural, mientras a la vez ayudando a eliminar el exceso de nitrógeno de las aguas contaminadas. El proceso de diseño también incluyó a la comunidad para impartir ciertas lecciones sobre los ecosistemas que debemos proteger. Jian Yu, arquitecto paisajista y fundador de Turnscape en China, es un genio que vehemente cree en el poder de la naturaleza como el esencial vínculo para la recuperación de la tierra. En su país, un territorio donde más del 60% de las ciudades confrontan inundaciones, 75% sufren de aire contaminado y donde a través de los últimos 30 años se ha perdido más del 50% del hábitat, le ha urgido a él encontrar soluciones verdes más viables a estos dilemas tan precarios. China contiene 20% de la población del mundo, pero solo resta con el 8% de tierra cultivable. El resto se ha perdido al desarrollo urbano, donde miles de edificios han reemplazado a los pueblos y a las tierras agrícolas. La extrema urbanización del terreno directamente causa los efectos de isla de calor urbana y con ellos las catástrofes del cambio climático, como sabemos. Sin embargo, Jian nos inspira a hacer las cosas de otro modo, donde las intervenciones urbanas e infraestructurales se pueden resolver con la reutilización y transformación de los mismos sistemas de canalización y lotes urbanos que causan las inundaciones y la contaminación en las ciudades. Sus proyectos se basan en la posibilidad de crear ciudades resistentes al agua con esponjas naturales, verdes, que absorban, retengan, limpien el agua y recarguen los acuíferos. Este tipo de biodiversidad también ofrece el uso de espacios públicos por encima y nos permite tener un reencuentro con la naturaleza, mientras que a la vez recuperando el paisaje urbano y haciéndolo más productivo. Ahora miremos a unos terrenos marítimos. En Boston tenemos una tradición bastante contundente de la arquitectura del paisaje y de cómo manejar a los espacios, con los ínfimos proyectos de Olmsted y el sistema de parques públicos, The Emerald Necklace Park System, el collar de esmeraldas, diseñado en 1878. Es una cadena azul-verde, un meandro que serpentina por la ciudad conectando a Boston con el río Charles y eventualmente con la costa del mar y su contexto marítimo regional. Este espacio longitudinal se destaca por un precioso paisaje, ofreciendo un recorrido donde pasa la brisa, aliviando la congestión de la ciudad. El proyecto también nace de un propósito como sistema de ingeniería para colectar las aguas pluviales a medida que la ciudad se iba desarrollando. Por otro lado, este proyecto, junto con una gran área de la antigua Boston, también forman parte de los dilemas climáticos que nuestra ciudad hoy confronta. La huella de la ciudad se aumentó por casi 50% de la planta original de la península desde su fundación en el año 1630 para adelante, y está compuesta de toneladas de tierra importada de otras zonas, para la amplificación de la península. Ese círculo rojo es donde estamos nosotros, la universidad, el Instituto del Boston Architectural College. Gran parte de la tierra a lo largo de la costa y las riberas de los ríos se han rellenado, y a un nivel que hoy en día justo coincide con la marea alta. Para agregar, la cantidad de suelos impermeables está provocando serios problemas, afectando la fundación de edificios por uno, cuyos pilares hechos de madera y originalmente sumergidos en la mesa de agua se están exponiendo por la escasez de aguas pluviales que pueden infiltrar al suelo. Y como ya sabemos, esto causa efectos de isla de calor urbano y con ellos aumentos de precipitación, inundaciones, además de un agitado y furioso mar. En combinación, el sistema de drenaje existente no logra gestionar la cantidad de aguas pluviales, eventos de lluvia intensa, ni la marea que impide que éstas se descarguen. Climate Ready Boston es una iniciativa dirigida por la Oficina de Gestión de Zonas Costeras del Estado de Massachusetts, junto con la Comisión Green Ribbon, Arcadis como ingenieros y la Oficina Multidisciplinaria de Sasaki. El proyecto guía los esfuerzos de adaptación de Boston, preparando para los impactos del cambio climático a largo plazo y con la anticipación de construir un futuro más resiliente. El estudio usa escenarios de aumento de nivel de mar que consisten entre 23, 53 y 91 centímetros, que ocurrirán a fines de este siglo. Las predicciones se basan en emisiones de carbono existentes o de mínimo mejoramiento, ya que las emisiones no serán reducidas mayormente debido al carbono ya liberado. A corto plazo, en las décadas de 2030 a 2050, las inundaciones se concentrarán en el sur de Boston, al este y al centro de la ciudad, Downtown, East Boston y Charlestown. El nivel del mar subirá unos 23 centímetros. Estos barrios representan una de las zonas más pobladas y donde se encuentran los barrios más populares. En otras áreas de la ciudad se prevé una severa inundación de 1% de probabilidad anual y causando una pérdida de $20.000 millones en edificios y domicilios y más de $2.000 millones en pérdidas económicas y costos de reubicación. Como referencia y para considerar la magnitud de estos desafíos, Boston tiene una población de 7.000 personas en el centro y un total de 4.3 millones en las zonas metropolitanas. La ciudad tiene una densidad de más de 5.000 personas por kilómetro cuadrado en una área de 145 kilómetros cuadrados. A medio plazo, en los años 2050 a 2100, la exposición a inundaciones costeras y fluviales aumentará y será significativo más al sur, en Dorchester, al sureste, precisamente otro barrio denso popular de bajos ingresos. Las profundidades de las inundaciones a lo largo de la costa aumentarán y el mar también subirá a un nivel de 53 centímetros. Por lo tanto, las inundaciones comenzarán a amenazar terrenos más altos. Y a largo plazo, desde la década 2070 a posterior, una gran parte del terreno actual de Boston estará percibida a estar inundada cada mes. La exposición a severas costas e inundaciones fluviales se expandirán a la de los años 2030 a 2050, donde más del triple de la ciudad, casi una quinta parte de la superficie terrestre de Boston, estará expuesta a inundaciones con un 1% de posibilidad anual. El nivel del mar subirá más de 91 centímetros, casi 1 metro, desde fines de siglo o posterior. 5% de la superficie total de Boston se inundará con la marea alta al menos una vez al mes, incluso sin condiciones de tormenta. Y finalmente, también se prevé que hay un 15% de probabilidad de que el mar suba más de 2.25 metros si es que no hay ningún cambio de emisiones. Los retos principales de Climate Ready Boston tienen la intención de educar a los ciudadanos e involucrarlos en los esfuerzos para reducir la emisión de gases. Los planes incluyen protección contra inundaciones, adaptaciones de infraestructura y planificación del uso del suelo. El sistema también incorpora consideraciones a escala de edificio, a escala de distrito y toma medidas para todo el puerto. Se propone usos del piso y regulaciones para asegurar que el nuevo desarrollo de la ciudad esté listo para las futuras condiciones ambientales. A ver cómo nos irá. En terrenos del altiplano, como la Ciudad de México, y lo diré brevemente ya que ustedes saben mucho y que ayer también aprendimos un poco más, tienen sus dilemas de inundación, escasez de agua y acceso al agua y una población que continúa creciendo. Terribles dilemas de contaminación del aire y efectos de isla de calor urbana. Como ya sabemos, dilemas de adecuado asentamiento de la población que va creciendo y aumentando y subiendo alrededor del valle. Y de quienes son los más perjudicados por el inacceso al agua potable. Zonas antiguas y densas de la ciudad y zonas marginales que bordean al valle. No diré mucho más por ahora, ya que ustedes saben más y yo quiero aprender de ustedes. Desde el mar y ahora las montañas y el profundo valle y su río, quisiera examinar el efecto del cambio climático en correlación a regiones urbanas en desarrollo, emergentes, que es bastante distinto, pero sumamente problemático al evaluar la situación de los dilemas que hemos identificado ya en los escenarios de China, Boston y la DF. Colombia está bendecida con un interior enmarcado por las eminentes cordilleras de los Andes, valles y arroyos que pronuncian sus temperaturas celestiales, su terreno excepcional y abundante biodiversidad, solo segundo anexo a las maravillas de Brasil. Y Medellín, como parte del estado de Antioquia, está situada en la región centro-norte del país, en una ubicación geográfica y privilegiada, escondida en el profundo valle de Aburrá, entre la cordillera central y oriental. La ciudad está localizada a una altura de 1.450 metros sobre el nivel del mar y bordeada de los Andes, alcanzando a unos 1.800 metros de altitud. El valle está atravesada por el río Aburrá o río Medellín, que corre hacia el norte y finalmente llegando al mar Caribe. He estado investigando la evolución de Medellín por muchos años ya como la segunda ciudad más poblada de Colombia, cual ha tenido una rápida expansión desde mediados del siglo XX, con 350.000 habitantes en el año 1950, hasta llegar hoy a ser un núcleo urbano con más de 4 millones de habitantes. Medellín tiene 350 metros cuadrados de terreno empinado, con laderas que privilegian a las clases sociales más altas, donde ellas se ubican en los costados menos pendientes, y la gente con menos recursos, obviamente relegados a las más precarias pendientes. Su huella es de aproximadamente 60 metros de largo y entre 3 y 10 kilómetros de amplitud, no metros, 60 kilómetros de largo y entre 3 y 10 kilómetros de amplitud, con su punto más ancho en el centro. Como se puede ver, hoy la ciudad ha alcanzado a una densidad de 40.280 habitantes por kilómetro cuadrado, dentro de una topografía muy pendiente, comparado con Medellín, con 6.000 personas por kilómetro cuadrado, y Boston 5.000. Entonces estamos 40.000 a 6.000 a 5.000. Y obvio que en Boston la región es prácticamente plana. Cuando miramos a Medellín, el problema por encima continúa manifestándose por medio de la geografía y el agua. Aquí, en un valle agrario productivo con una hidrología salvaje e intensiva que caracteriza a la región, con la quebrada Santa Elena al este, la Iguana al oeste y el río Medellín al centro, corriendo a lo largo del valle y de la ciudad. Aquí falta de agua no hay, solo falta de reemprender su reverencia, así como en su pasado, cuando los Aburré vivían en la fuente del río Medellín, de la fuente. Muchos de ustedes sabrán de los milagros del urbanismo de Medellín, del encuentro con mi ciudad y de los maravillosos proyectos que se han ejecutado sobre las últimas 2 décadas. Estos nacen de una iniciativa política y de la planificación para recuperar a un pueblo en doble crisis, siendo interna tanto como externa. El POT, el Plan de Ordenamiento Territorial de Medellín, es el plan de desarrollo urbano que incluye componentes sociales y espaciales, reconociendo la importancia de la participación ciudadana para la reconstrucción de la ciudad y su comunidad. Los proyectos del plan se destacan por mejorar la accesibilidad, disponibilidad de áreas públicas, viviendas y edificios públicos, instalaciones de salud, educación y recreación, tanto como la intención de proteger los beneficios ambientales de nuevos parques y espacios abiertos en áreas remotas. Entre el notorio Metrocable, el Metro de Medellín, la vasta programación de educación y salud, sin duda el proceso de recuperación ha sido intencional y con la participación de la comunidad como protagonista esencial en su propio espacio urbano. Este modo de avanzar por medio del urbanismo social ha dependido de una programación astuta, una acupuntura clave, dentro de la zonificación de la ciudad, junto con el aporte de las comunidades asentadas en los barrios que se van aumentando. Y ahora a lo que voy. El plan de ordenamiento revisado en el 2014 ofrece una visión para mejorar la calidad de vida de los habitantes de Medellín, mientras adhiriendo al mandato de una ciudad compacta, equitativa y sostenible en una era de crisis climática. El POT identifica 4 objetivos principales: desarrollar una ciudad más sostenible, proporcionar equidad física en todo su territorio, generar estratégicas competitivas y crear una ciudad de inclusión social. El plan prevé formas de aumentar la accesibilidad, abordar el espacio público y los déficits de vivienda. A escala local, el plan promueve interacciones sociales a través del paisaje, mientras que a escala regional también considera el crecimiento de la ciudad a través de una mayor conexión entre los municipios y a lo largo de las comodidades naturales del valle. El POT proporciona un modelo de ocupación que sigue el eje sur-norte con valles transversales y 4 zonas concéntricas a través de una iteración mejorada del corredor fluvial, no solo como eje central, sino como un eje público y con un distrito accesible, con una cuenca ecológica y que responda a los retos del cambio climático. El POT afirma la necesidad de una área urbana residencial de alta densidad y de uso mixto adyacente al corredor del río, como un núcleo compacto para albergar viviendas para la creciente población. Y también mantiene una frontera periurbana ascendente para recreación y agricultura, así como para contener la expansión urbana como un amortiguador ecológico que rodea el valle a 1.800 metros sobre el nivel del mar, Este límite natural está definido por la geografía y las tierras de la región, protegiendo la calidad ambiental del Valle de BRA. Aunque avances significativos se han acordado con el hecho de que el POT se extiende a lo largo de los 10 municipios que forman parte del Valle de BRA de sur a norte y donde Medellín representa la zona central, no todas las municipalidades están de acuerdo ni pretenden invertir lo necesario. Entonces, el POT está limitado en este sentido porque el río sigue corriendo y el agua no puede ser considerado en ciertos sectores y en otros no, como lo sabemos. El plan, siendo ambicioso para cómo organizar el desarrollo de la ciudad, no logra integrar la cantidad de gente habitante para cumplir con la premisa de que Medellín sea una ciudad compacta o viable. Lamentablemente, la ciudad ya no da más. No queda espacio. La contaminación de carros está empeorando el aire del valle cada día más, afectando la salud de los habitantes. Y entonces, de nuevo, regresamos a los problemas de suelos impermeables también, emisiones de gases, efectos de islas de calor urbana, pero esta vez en una región muy pequeña y empinada, con pendientes con ángulos de reposo de entre 30 y 5%. La ubicación de la población excede su plano y con mucha gente que vive al borde del profundo valle, con desplazamientos y inundaciones como las catástrofes de la zona y donde las personas no alcanzan aún a participar en todos los desarrollos de mejoramiento que se han planteado. Aquí las aguas se contaminan ya que los servicios no existen en las zonas más altas y precarias aún, y al final la contaminación llega al río Medellín, donde el famoso Parque del Río representa un bello o quizás pretencioso parque ideal. Perdón, lineal ideal. Como lo he mencionado anteriormente, los con menos recursos sufren mayormente. Áreas rojas, en el dibujo a mano derecha, no, a mano izquierda, perdón. A ver, izquierda. No, perdón, empezamos. Como lo mencioné antes, la gente con menos recursos están al borde de la ciudad, en las áreas rojas, a mano derecha en el dibujo ahí, o naranjo, vulnerables a las laderas con zonas de desbordaje. Y al otro lado, en el otro dibujo rojo y verde, se ve cómo el desarrollo está limitado mayormente en las zonas verdes que en las rojas, donde están la gente de niveles más bajos, con recursos más bajos. Parques del Río sí tienen muy buenas intenciones de lucir el eje hídrico de la ciudad, de reconectar a la población con sus valores que descienden de la región, de reintegrar a los habitantes con su propio territorio y para incluir hábitos más sustentables para favorecer al medio ambiente. Pero a la vez, este parque río atraviesa la ciudad longitudinalmente, pronunciando las distinciones económicas y sociales de los distritos que cruzan del norte al sur, o de sur a norte, digamos, y de poniente al oriente. Y aquí donde las agendas políticas se imponen y como resultado una fractura con la más crítica necesidad de adherirse a los sistemas más fundamentales y naturales requeridos para realísticamente mitigar la menor consecuencia al cambio climático.
María, ya queda un par de minutitos.
Perdón, no te escucho.
Quedan 2 minutos para terminar.
Ya, y me quedan como dos pasos de diapositiva. ¿Me permiten?
Sí, está bien.
Okay. Es lamentable que después de la inauguración el río se inundó. Se los voy a mostrar ahí.
que no es un juego. Allá al fondo están los carros atrapados. Miren cómo el río está saliendo por el muro del soterrado. Miren cómo está el río en este momento hacia la altura de la Macarena. Nadie se meta al soterrado, por favor. Hay un carro ya atravesado flotando.
Ok, hay docenas de geografías, terrenos y cuerpos de agua, cada cual con sus propios encantos y desafíos. Y la verdad es que tenemos que estar pendientes de lo que ocurre al otro lado de esas líneas políticas, de esos otros lugares remotos, o lo que intentemos hacer no nos rendirá. Tenemos que analizar cada terreno y su geografía y evitar que los proyectos se construyan como modelos universales. Hay que reparar al ecosistema global y a la vez fijarnos en las comunidades de todos los rincones del globo, actuando colectiva y eficazmente en frente a las intensidades del cambio climático. Y para terminar, yo veo la nueva ciudad y la programación de acupuntura como un modelo muy estratégico, y también lo veo no solamente dentro de la ciudad, sino como un nuevo modelo de un racimo de uvas, por ejemplo, menos con una gran megalópolis, pero ascendiéndonos a un conjunto de núcleos derivados del territorio, donde haya más espacio y más conexiones al producto regional sustentable, y así aliviando la gran carga e intensidad que forma parte de la ciudad existente y que ya no da más. Gracias, muchas gracias.
Gracias, María. Me voy a permitir ahora dar una breve semblanza de nuestro siguiente ponente, Lúcia Veras. Lúcia Veras es arquitecta, maestra en geografía y doctora en... perdón. Es doctora en desarrollo urbano por la Universidad Federal de Pernambuco, Brasil. Hizo un postdoctorado en diseño, planificación y conservación de paisajes y jardines por la Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana, Unidad Azcapotzalco, esto en México. Es profesora de la carrera de Arquitectura y Urbanismo, investigadora y vicecoordinadora del Laboratorio del Paisaje de la Universidad Federal de Pernambuco, Brasil. Actuó como técnica en planificación ambiental en las áreas de legislación y gestión de unidades de conservación de la naturaleza y del paisaje de la Secretaría de Medio Ambiente y Sustentabilidad del Ayuntamiento de Recife. Es autora de libros y artículos publicados en las áreas de planificación, paisaje y jardín. Su tesis doctoral sobre paisaje y conservación de paisaje ganó 2 premios brasileños en planeación urbana y regional. Fue finalista en la 10ª Bienal Iberoamericana de Arquitectura y Urbanismo del Consejo Superior de los Colegios de Arquitectos de España. Es miembro del comité redactor y difusor de la Carta del Paisaje de las Américas y actualmente es directora institucional de la Asociación Brasileña de Arquitectos Paisajistas. Bienvenida, Lúcia. Adelante, se les recuerda que tienen 20 minutos para su presentación. Gracias.
Obrigada, Pedro. Primeiro, inicialmente, dizer que eu vou falar em português e vou procurar falar despacio. Então, eu penso que é possível manter nossa comunicação. Então, eu queria iniciar agradecendo o convite de Carla e Michele para participar desse evento e dizer para vocês que vou falar de um caso mais pontual no Recife, na cidade do Recife, no Brasil, e vou aqui compartilhar a minha tela. E aí eu queria saber se vocês estão ok? Pedro?
Ok. Está ok.
Então,
Adelante, Lúcia.
falar então de um caso que aconteceu na cidade do Recife, é um projeto que foi implantado ou que está sendo implantado e que mostra essa relação entre cidade e região e que todas elas têm, de alguma forma, interferências no clima e na cidade e na forma de construir o território. Quando se fala, o título da minha fala é Estelita, Impactos e Conflitos do Projeto Novo Recife, e quando se fala em Estelita, no Brasil e até fora do Brasil, sempre se associa a essa imagem. A cidade é nossa, ocupe-a. Isso aí fez parte de um movimento, de um grupo de pessoas em defesa dessa área do Estelita na cidade do Recife contra o projeto Novo Recife. Foi o Grupo Direitos Urbanos e o movimento Ocupe Estelita, inspirado no Ocupe Wall Street e também um movimento de protesto contra a exclusão social. Onde é que fica Recife? Né? Para vocês se situarem. É a cidade do Recife. Deixa só. A cidade do Recife, ela fica aqui no Brasil, na região Nordeste, no estado de Pernambuco. Tem 218 quilômetros quadrados, em torno de 1.600.000 habitantes, e tem 1.300 quilômetros de orla. Se a gente estiver aqui no centro do Recife, é o seu centro histórico, e olhar para o norte, a gente vai ver aqui a cidade de Olinda, que é uma cidade patrimônio da Unesco, e olhando para o sul, a gente tem esse estuário com as ilhas originárias de onde a cidade surgiu. Então, é uma cidade que tem a água como essência, é uma cidade bastante anfíbia, e tem essa característica de ter também muitas bordas e frentes d'água. Aqui está a cidade, ela é cortada por 3 grandes rios, Beberibe, Capibaribe e Tegipió, e a ilha onde foi implantado esse projeto, onde está sendo implantado esse projeto, se chama Ilha de Antônio Vaz, e aqui fica o Cais José Estelita, de onde foi proposto este projeto. Essa é a configuração, a gente olhando para a Ilha de Antônio Vaz, então é uma área muito emblemática da cidade do Recife, é considerado o cartão postal que mais identifica, e esse é o trecho previsto para a implantação deste projeto. Para a gente entender como é que ele se situa, na verdade, o projeto Novo Recife, ele faz parte de uma peça de um grande rompe-cabeças, né, como a gente diria, ou um quebra-cabeças em português. É que se vem, ao longo do tempo, há 30 anos, construindo uma ideia de projeto local, mas, na verdade, ele tem umas conexões regionais, como a gente vai ver agora. Então, esse projeto ele não é um evento isolado, e ele tem muitas características que vão se encaixando desde 1990 até os dias de hoje na sua construção. Em 1990, primeiro houve a desativação da rádio Pina, que era onde ocupava aqui uma rádio da Marinha durante a Segunda Guerra Mundial. Então, esse trecho aqui é um grande manguezal ainda preservado da cidade, e a partir de 2010, a Marinha intencionou vender para iniciativa privada e a própria prefeitura conseguiu assegurar essa área como área pública e hoje é um parque natural municipal. Em 1998, esse trecho do cais, ele passou a ser reconhecido como um lugar ideal para a implantação de equipamentos internacionais conectados a um grande complexo turístico de lazer e de negócios, como a instalação de uma marina com um grande tratamento paisagístico. Em 2003, a mesma área, aqui agora, passou a ser objeto de um projeto chamado Projeto Recife-Olinda, porque conectava a cidade do Recife à cidade de Olinda, e também era uma operação rentável pelo potencial paisagístico, entendido como uma rede de infraestrutura de comércio existente, e a cidade, nesse momento, era vista como a cidade-negócio. Nesse momento, foi feito um acordo, uma parceria público-privada entre as duas cidades, o governo federal e o Parque Expo 98 de Portugal. Esse projeto também não vingou. Então, em 2008, outros pequenos projetos foram se encaixando aos velhos projetos e foram sendo construídos. O primeiro deles, a Via Mangue, que é essa via aqui que corta esse grande manguezal, o manguezal que é preservado, que é um parque natural municipal. Então, ele foi construído, essa linha verde, só que ele é uma via expressa, não passa aí não é possível a travessia de transporte público, então ele foi feito para uma elite, e a chegada desta via a um grande equipamento aqui, que é um shopping, o Shopping Rio Mar. Depois também foi construído o novo porto, que é uma outra intervenção aqui no bairro do Recife, que é outro bairro histórico da cidade, e aos poucos vai se consolidando nessa frente d'água intervenções que vão modificando e que vão assumindo esse caráter mais fronteiro, né, de paisagem de fronteira. E, no final, em 2008, é concluída a construção das Torres Gêmeas, que são 2 edifícios aqui nesse ponto, anunciando o futuro dessa paisagem do Cais José Estelita, exatamente nessa linha. Em 2012, continuando essa intenção de projetar essa frente d'água, o projeto Novo Recife ele é aprovado na prefeitura e é considerado uma peça-chave que envolve um projeto maior de cidade, voltado às frentes d'água com grande potencial ao desenvolvimento econômico, ao turismo e ao lazer. São vias expressas, torres, shoppings, centro de negócios, espaços públicos e moradia para camadas privilegiadas da cidade. Então, o que a gente percebe, na verdade, é uma concentração de investimentos nessa frente d'água para uma camada privilegiada da cidade, em detrimento de tudo que fica por trás. Então, isso aqui é essa tendência de um ponto local, mas que tem essa relação estadual, né, regional, e são frentes ou áreas que têm grandes qualidades paisagísticas. Então, o projeto Novo Recife ele tem essa ilha, ele se concentra nessa ilha de Antônio Vaz, que são 4 bairros, aqui está o Cais José Estelita, que tem essa feição, ou tinha, não é até essa feição, até o início do século XXI. Então, essa área do Recife, essa frente d'água, é uma frente histórica que concentra o maior acervo de monumentos preservados como patrimônio na cidade, com igrejas, casario, edificações portuárias. São 15 igrejas e 29 bens tombados ou protegidos por lei. E, a partir de 2003 até 2008, foram construídas essas 2 torres, exatamente nessa ponta, né, as torres chamadas Torres Gêmeas, uma alusão às Torres Gêmeas de Nova York, e eles apontam para esse modelo que privilegia determinadas camadas sociais em detrimento das pré-existências. Mesmo que essa área tenha uma proteção, porque é um sítio histórico, então, se a gente olhar aqui, é uma área protegida nesse miolo, mas essa borda vermelha ela é completamente desprotegida, porque foi uma área de aterro, e aí o setor ou a instituição que protege os bens tombados, os bens declarados do Recife, ela desconsiderou essa área e deixou livremente para especulação imobiliária. Então, essa é um pouco da história, né, do que vem acontecendo. As Torres Gêmeas, em 2008, em 2012, é aprovado esse projeto Novo Recife. Em 2014, há uma grande discussão da sociedade protestando sobre esse projeto. Em 2019, começa a tramitação da construção. Em 2020, o início da obra. Se a gente for olhar o Recife, a gente pode entender que são 3 grandes tempos, né, que caracterizam essa borda. Um tempo que eu chamo horizonte nostálgico, que vai até o início do século XXI, que manteve esse perfil, esse skyline da cidade. Uma verticalização deslocada, que ela pontua quando esses 2 edifícios cravam no território, né, quase que no coração do bairro. E esse horizonte que eu chamo de vertical obsceno, que é exatamente essa previsão da construção do projeto Novo Recife. Esse é considerado um dos mais importantes cartões postais da cidade, e que, por conta disso, minha pesquisa de doutorado levou exatamente para discutir essa paisagem como aquela que identifica a cidade, e aí eu tomo como categoria de análise imagens e palavras, e descubro que, na verdade, mais do que um cartão postal, essa é uma paisagem postal, porque ela identifica a cidade quase como uma huella digital ou uma firma urbana. E quando essa paisagem ela é partilhada coletivamente, ela não é mais cartão postal e passa a ser uma paisagem apropriada como paisagem postal. E aí eu discuto paisagem, os conceitos, como eu vou extrair essa compreensão de paisagem dos meus entrevistados. Eu entrevisto 78 pessoas, das quais mais de 50%, 43 pessoas são arquitetos, para poder entender como eles pensam a cidade, como eles projetam, desenham e como eles legislam a cidade. E também entrevisto artistas, moradores, e um leque grande de pessoas que vivenciam aquele lugar. E aí eu tomo alguns autores como força mestre, né, o fundamento da minha pesquisa, que ela se baseia na relação entre a arte dos especialistas e na empiria da vida vivida, para entender o que é essa paisagem. E aí eu estudo Zimmel, Beck, Colleen, o Convênio Europeu de Paisagem, também, paisagem como patrimônio, mas também entendendo que paisagens degradadas e paisagens patrimoniais são parte de um mesmo sistema. Esse é o arcabouço mais teórico dessa pesquisa, que eu não vou entrar para a gente poder chegar logo no projeto Novo Recife, mas ela está mostrando porque me interessava saber como percebe a população, porque qualquer projeto de intervenção ele só é possível de ter sucesso quando você tem a participação da população. E aí eu me inspirei muito em Agnes Varda, que ela diz no filme As Praias de Agnes: se você abrir uma pessoa, você encontra paisagens. Se você me abrir, encontrará praias. E a pergunta era: que paisagens do centro do Recife encontraríamos dentro dos recifenses? E aí eu construo a entrevista com imagens e palavras e recorto aqui em especial essa paisagem, que eu vou elaborar que eu chamo de fotopinturas, que é a intervenção do entrevistado em cima de uma fotografia, e aí essa pessoa ou o entrevistado poderia eliminar elementos da paisagem, incluir, conservar ou ressaltar a natureza, a água e o céu. E, a partir daí, eu tenho uma identificação das chaves de leitura em relação à arquitetura, linha de borda, as intervenções mais relevantes e a natureza na paisagem. E uma série de intervenções elas vão sendo apontadas pelos entrevistados, até concluir que, na verdade, entre de 60 a 75 pessoas entrevistadas, elas privilegiam o diálogo horizontal, ou seja, o respeito à paisagem preexistente quando você vai intervir e trazer uma nova paisagem. As bordas públicas, elas devem ser acessíveis a todos e não privatizadas, e uma valorização grande sobre a natureza. Mas a promessa de continuação e transformação, ela se manteve. Mesmo depois, com todo o movimento o movimento Ocupa Estelita e os direitos urbanos, depois de 2003, essa área foi vendida, que era uma área pública da União, foi vendida a 4 empresas privadas, e elas fizeram a proposta de intervenção do projeto Novo Recife. Esse foi um momento de protesto, Ocupe a Cidade, Ocupe a Cidade. Em 2014, tivemos também a presença de David Harvey aqui em Recife. E aí, o que é que a gente continua a ver? O que é que eles estavam reivindicando? Que essa área, que era da União, continuasse sendo uma área pública e não passasse por esse processo de destruição. O projeto ele previa uma ilha dentro da ilha, porque eles se propõem na borda d'água uma morfologia completamente distinta da pré-existente. São prédios voltados para as águas litorâneas e não tem quase que nenhuma relação com as vias que passam aqui atrás. E sempre assim, hotéis empresariais nas 2 pontas, nos extremos, e as residências protegidas no miolo. Essa era a configuração proposta, então, a criação de marinas, relação com as águas completamente distinta do que se tinha até então com essa área. Então, de 2008, e com a aprovação do projeto em 2012, a sociedade civil, o Ocupa Israelita e os direitos urbanos começam a pressionar a própria prefeitura e ela se sente na obrigação de ter que rever esse projeto e redefinir um plano específico para a ilha de Antônio Vaz. O que é que os direitos urbanos e o Ocupa Israelita reivindicavam? Um respeito à história e à paisagem pré-existente, que se fizesse nesse projeto inclusão de habitação social, que as bordas fossem acessíveis à vida urbana, à vida pública, que o comércio e serviços fossem interagissem com a arquitetura das edificações, da habitação, então uso misto e a fachada ativa, e que a cidade fosse partilhada, paisagem como bem comum e como bem público. O projeto, então, o plano específico de 2014 começa a ser modificado com essa parceria dos movimentos sociais, e aí começa a se mapear quais são os espaços livres abertos dessa ilha, os limites de intervenção, então é feito um zoneamento para definição do que se pode ocupar e como ocupar, mas a gente vê que, nesse momento, a própria prefeitura, o Ayuntamiento de Recife, continua mantendo essa faixa amarela para renovação. Ou seja, o sítio histórico continua ilhado e essa borda continua sendo uma área de renovação para implantação do projeto Novo Recife e de outros novos possíveis projetos.
Quedan 5 minutos, Lúcia.
Oi?
Quedan 5 minutos para terminar a exposição.
Ok.
Gracias.
Então, esse projeto, ok, Pedro, graças. Ele faz toda essa definição também de gabaritos, uma modificação desse traçado. E o que é que se consegue? A escala urbana é uma reivindicação, com os movimentos sociais, isso em amarelo é o que se consegue diminuir, então, pelas reivindicações e conquistas dos movimentos sociais. No entanto, o que continua sob esse skyline é exatamente esse Novo Recife, que é uma estética urbana globalizada, voltada para o turismo e não para o próprio São José. Então, é uma estética de sobreposição não ética, né? Uma cidade voltada para uma elite. E o que está atrás do Novo Recife é o Velho Recife, que foi desconsiderado. Na linha do tempo, então, a gente tem 2008, né, as Torres Gêmeas, os movimentos sociais, a conquista dos movimentos sociais, uma tentativa de declaratória dessa área, porque era o segundo pátio ferroviário mais antigo do Recife, ou do Brasil, e o início das obras, que já começaram, porque não se conseguiu conquistar essa área como área pública, como área de patrimônio, e aí essas obras já iniciaram em 2020, a previsão é que se transforme nesse tipo de fachada, imediatamente atrás aqui tem áreas completamente insalubres, como a gente vai ver. Então, esse é realmente um modelo de negócios que privilegia as frentes marítimas. E atrás desse tipo de ocupação, a gente tem o São José, que sofre com abandono. Atrás das Torres Gêmeas, a gente tem esse tipo, palafitas e abandono. Então, as palavras que chave que vocês estruturaram do colóquio é muito interessante. Vocês ressaltam a natureza, que eu entendo que é necessário compreender a natureza nos e dos lugares, considerar distintas escalas, cidade, região, país, continente e planeta, inserir essa compreensão em políticas públicas para diminuir as desigualdades sociais e assumir a gestão como prioridade para a conservação de lugares, cidades e vida urbana digna no planeta. Eu acrescentaria aí investir em mudanças de hábito e de paradigma com vistas à sustentabilidade do planeta. O Recife, por exemplo, está exatamente nesse momento em discussão sobre mudanças climáticas. Essa linha amarela era a linha que se tinha no nível do mar em 1950, e essa previsão para 2100, aqui na cidade do Recife. O Recife é o 16º, ocupa a 16ª posição entre as cidades mais vulneráveis às mudanças climáticas. E nesse exato momento, no início de outubro, estamos estruturando um fórum internacional, Recife, em intercâmbio com a Holanda, para estudar esses fenômenos de mudanças climáticas aqui no Recife. Então, eu acrescentaria que, além de investir em mudanças de hábito e de paradigma, eu diria que é preciso também pensar que a estética ela só tem sentido na relação com a ética ambiental. E a ética ambiental ela só se consolida com envolvimento e participação social. Esses princípios estão na Carta da Paisagem das Américas, de 2018, que foi construída aí no México, e eu tive a satisfação de participar. E é muito interessante a gente ver como esse colóquio, ao pensar nessa paisagem do futuro e nesse desenho, incorpora essas palavras-chave que podem sustentar um futuro para não só a cidade e região, mas para o planeta. Muito obrigado, Pedro. Eu acho que eu...
Muchas gracias, Lúcia. Me voy a permitir ahora presentar a Gabriel Díaz Montemayor. Él es decano asistente para la diversidad, igualdad e inclusión y profesor asociado de arquitectura y paisaje de la Escuela de Arquitectura y Diseño de la Universidad de Arkansas, a la cual se unió desde otoño del 2019. Gabriel enseña diseño desde 1998. Actualmente es profesor del taller de diseño en todos los niveles de la licenciatura en arquitectura de paisaje. Además, dicta clases de construcción a nivel básico con enfoque en formaciones de tierra y manejo de agua pluvial y un curso sobre paisajes latinoamericanos. El enfoque de investigación de Gabriel es híbrido, combinando la práctica con la docencia y la investigación. Este enfoque tiene 3 trayectorias principales que se entrelazan: exploraciones para transformar la estructura urbana de ciudades a un estado de reconciliación ecotonal con el medio natural que la soporta; exploraciones socioambientales que incluyen escalas de barrio, vecindario y trabajo participativo con comunidades para la apropiación y recuperación de espacios públicos abiertos y de paisajes; y un enfoque geográfico concentrado en la zona fronteriza entre México y Estados Unidos, así como el desarrollo de una arquitectura de paisaje adecuada y específica para las realidades sociales, económicas, culturales y ambientales de Latinoamérica. Este trabajo ha sido publicado en el Aula Journal Sustainability y Journal of Urbanism y Landscape Architecture de Magazine, entre otros. Gabriel es socio fundador de Labor Estudio, Paisaje, Arquitectura Frontera desde el 2002. El trabajo de la oficina se caracteriza por su variación de escalas dentro del contexto del estado de Chihuahua. Gabriel estudió arquitectura en el Instituto Superior de Arquitectura y Diseño. Tiene el título profesional de arquitecto por la Universidad Autónoma de Chihuahua y es maestro en arquitectura de paisaje por la Universidad de Auburn en Alabama. Bienvenido, Gabriel. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Pedro. ¿Me escucha? ¿Se escucha, Pedro?
Sí, muy bien, Gabriel.
Perfecto. Gracias.
Compartir pantalla.
Gracias. Muchas gracias, Pedro, y muchas gracias especialmente a Michelle Meza por la invitación para compartir algo de nuestro trabajo en este coloquio, que me parece lo que he visto ha sido fantástico. Mi presentación es una presentación sobre un proyecto específico que he venido desarrollando desde los últimos 11 años, más o menos, trabajando en la ciudad binacional de Nogales, Sonora, y Nogales, Arizona, o ambas Nogales. Así que la presentación decidí titularla El porvenir de ambas Nogales, compartir un paisaje binacional definido por su cuenca hidrográfica y la participación de su sociedad. Primero, contextualizar dónde está ambas Nogales. Está ubicado dentro de, es una de las subcuencas de la cuenca del río Colorado, que es una de las 2 grandes cuencas compartidas por Estados Unidos y México. Esta es la cuenca primero del río Bravo, Río Grande, y la segunda cuenca está, digamos, en la mitad poniente de la frontera, que es la cuenca del río Colorado. El arroyo Los Nogales, que le da nombre a la ciudad de Nogales, tanto en Sonora como en Arizona, es un tributario de esta cuenca y presenta una complejidad y oportunidad especialmente, en mi opinión, especialmente importantes dentro del contexto binacional, dentro del contexto de oportunidades para lograr desarrollar una mayor cooperación binacional con un enfoque socioambiental y que eventualmente pueda tener la capacidad de traspasar otro tipo de complejidades que ahí están, pero que sin duda en términos territoriales y espaciales y ambientales, la realidad de compartir una cuenca y compartir problemas derivados de la urbanización, frecuentemente irresponsable, frecuentemente no manejada, es una oportunidad también para reconciliación y para mejorar la calidad de vida de los habitantes, en este caso específico de la cuenca del arroyo de Los Nogales, que está ubicado más o menos ahí en ese punto rojo. Este es un mapa del United States Geological Survey que presenta la cuenca binacional del río Colorado en la cuenca superior, que está completamente dentro de Estados Unidos, y la cuenca inferior, que está compartida por México y Estados Unidos. La ubicación de ambos nogales está de nuevo en ese punto rojo. Esta es la cuenca del arroyo de Los Nogales. El proyecto que les voy a presentar, como comenté, es un proyecto en 2 tiempos hasta el momento. Esperamos lograr seguir desarrollándolo. Son proyectos que han sido patrocinados por lo que fue en su momento la Comisión para la Cooperación Ecológica Fronteriza, o COSEF, que está extinta hoy en día. El primer proyecto fue fondeado por el programa Frontera o Border 2012 o 2012. Y posteriormente, el segundo proyecto fue fondeado por su proyecto subsecuente, que fue el programa Frontera o Border 2020, en este caso ya del Banco de Desarrollo de América del Norte, o NAFBANC. El primer proyecto es un proyecto que se concentró específicamente en Nogales, Sonora, con un título objetivo de Ciudad de Cañadas Verdes, y el segundo proyecto es una red de parques y senderos basados en infraestructura verde, ahora sí ya viendo a ambas Nogales. El primer proyecto es este, Ciudad de Cañadas Verdes. Lo hicimos en su momento en Arizona State University en colaboración con Francisco Lara Valencia, un profesor de planificación urbana de Arizona State University, y Francisco sigue ahí. Y seguimos colaborando 10 años después o más en el segundo proyecto que les presentaré después de este. Esta es una fotografía aérea de ambas Nogales, desde Nogales, Arizona. La frontera está ahí al fondo, Estados Unidos y México. En su momento, nuestra imagen objetivo era buscar opciones para recuperar o reconciliar la relación entre el medio urbano y el medio natural. Este es un montaje, esto no es real, pero quisiéramos recuperar lo que en su momento fue el paisaje característico de este territorio, este paisaje que se ha perdido, un paisaje de corredores ribereños pronunciados por la presencia de nogales, obviamente, que le dio nombre al arroyo de los Nogales y a las ciudades, y también en particular por una diversidad de encinos. El documento que presentamos como resultado de ese primer proyecto de investigación se concentró en términos un poco más técnicos con respecto de alternativas para el manejo sostenible de inundaciones para Nogales, Sonora. Y básicamente la plataforma para el estudio, pues evidentemente es la topografía, la definición de la cuenca binacional. A través de nuestro análisis incluimos, por supuesto, un análisis de la urbanización histórica de la cuenca de ambas nogales, desde sus orígenes, con el establecimiento de la frontera entre México y Estados Unidos en este punto. No había un asentamiento como tal antes de que existiera la frontera aquí. Con el establecimiento de la frontera, el arroyo Los Nogales se vuelve un cruce natural de intercambio económico, social, que aprovechó obviamente la continuidad del valle del arroyo Los Nogales. Este es un mapa de finales del siglo XIX. Se volvió eventualmente un cruce ferroviario también, que sobre todo ayudó para galvanizar la importancia de este punto como un punto de intercambio. A lo largo de la historia, ambas ciudades han compartido problemas con respecto a inundaciones, algo que era previsible al ocupar el punto más bajo de la cuenca y organizar la forma urbana de ambas nogales alrededor de lo que fue en su momento el arroyo de Los Nogales. Posteriormente la ciudad siguió creciendo, en particular con fuerza en las últimas décadas, en donde se manifestó un crecimiento mayor, como sucede en las ciudades fronterizas entre México y Estados Unidos, donde el crecimiento mayor se da en el lado mexicano. No es excepción el caso de ambas nogales, y hoy en día, tenemos una ciudad de Nogales, Sonora, que es 10 veces más grande, más o menos, que Nogales, Sonora. Nogales, Sonora, 10 veces más grande que Nogales, Arizona. Y los problemas compartidos siguen. El arroyo Los Nogales se hace subterráneo, se captura en un ducto de concreto que ha reventado, como en esta ocasión en la inundación del 2008, cuando al bloquearse el dren subterráneo reventó e inundó de manera muy rápida la zona central de ambas nogales. Esta es una fotografía de la reconstrucción. Hay una situación muy interesante sucediendo en ambas nogales, puesto que la parte alta de la cuenca está en el lado mexicano y es donde se captura el mayor volumen de escorrentía. Si se quiere mitigar el problema de inundaciones aguas abajo, se tiene que construir infraestructura de detención para regulación de estas escorrentías en las partes altas de la cuenca, que en este caso de nuevo están en México. Entonces hay una situación en la cual el gobierno de Estados Unidos, a través de la Agencia de Protección Ambiental, invierte en la construcción de este tipo de infraestructuras en el lado mexicano para mitigar el problema de inundaciones aguas abajo. Entonces nuestra pregunta como investigadores en su momento fue cuáles eran las oportunidades para que convirtiéramos o repensáramos este tipo de infraestructura simplemente pensada para la detención de agua como una oportunidad para hacer algo más, como una oportunidad para reestructurar la ciudad al tiempo que se pueda proveer de espacio público de calidad y regenerar las cañadas verdes que otrora existieron. Tuvimos la oportunidad de trabajar en este primer proyecto con el Instituto Municipal de Investigación y Planeación de Nogales, Sonora. Aquí estamos con los estudiantes y la directora del instituto en su momento, Claudia Gil. Desarrollamos una serie de propuestas que trataban de ver qué opciones tenemos en todas estas cañadas o arroyos que ya estaban urbanizados, como pueden ver, que cuando llueve se inundan y causan problemas recurrentes a todas las personas que ocupan estos puntos o alineamientos bajos dentro de la cuenca, y una serie de técnicas diversas para absorber, infiltrar y mitigar esas escorrentías. El proyecto se concentró a una escala mayor en términos de pensar a partir del manejo y la detención de agua pluvial, cómo podrían estas infraestructuras, como comenté, convertirse en amenidades públicas, pensadas a través de un análisis de factibilidad de usos de suelo que fue desarrollado por Arizona State University, mi colega Francisco Lara Valencia, y cómo a partir de ello podríamos identificar nodos de barrio o espacios abiertos públicos, nodos urbanos y nodos en los bordes, donde a través de la provisión de infraestructura de manejo sostenible de agua también se pudiera asegurar un acceso y una provisión de espacios verdes y públicos de calidad. Desarrollamos nosotros con los estudiantes una serie de proyectos Por ejemplo, aquí un ejemplo de un pequeño arroyo en una zona marginada de Nogales, Sonora, donde básicamente al tiempo de que se captura agua, se estabilizan los suelos, se provee de acceso a esta ladera que progresivamente ha sido ocupada por vivienda de autoconstrucción. Y bueno, y por cierto, para mayor información sobre este primer proyecto, fue publicado por la revista Landscape Architecture Magazine en noviembre del 2019, tanto en inglés como en español. Está accesible en el sitio internet de Landscape Architecture Magazine. La segunda parte del proyecto es esta, que acabamos de, literalmente estamos en cualquier momento a punto de enviar el reporte final al Banco de Desarrollo de América del Norte. Este proyecto, en términos de arquitectura de paisaje o para un servidor, es un proyecto de red de parques y senderos basada en infraestructura verde para ambas nogales. En términos técnicos, para el grant, para el patrocinador, fue un proyecto específico sobre el manejo de agua para mitigar inundaciones y mejorar la calidad del agua. Esto a través de la infraestructura verde. Es un proyecto que se tornó más interesante porque incluyó, como pueden ver en esta diapositiva, un mayor número de socios de investigación, incluyendo Arizona State University como el investigador principal, el Instituto Municipal de Investigación y Planeación de Nogales, el United States Geological Survey, la Universidad de Arizona, el Watershed Management Group, y una serie de socios adicionales que aquí pueden ver. Y los problemas siguen sucediendo. Este es un sitio donde cuando empezamos el taller, donde desarrollamos los proyectos que les mostraré rápidamente a continuación, justo en el verano del año pasado, estas tragedias recurrentes que se comentaron también en las presentaciones anteriores, ahogamientos, son comunes todos los años en ambas nogales. Este es un mural hecho para honrar a un adolescente que falleció ahogado en ese punto específico, que como pueden ver demuestra las carencias con respecto de la infraestructura para el manejo de agua pluvial, que es bastante, pues, no encuentro una mejor descripción, que es una infraestructura bastante improvisada para mitigar el volumen de los caudales pluviales, que es donde suceden estas tragedias frecuentemente. Entonces, nuestro abordaje sigue basado en pensar cómo recuperar, cómo reconciliar de nuevo con el paisaje natural de ambas nogales, que es fantástico. Hay unos patrones de distinta vegetación en esta topografía accidentada. Hay una vegetación distinta en las laderas norte contra las laderas sur. Las laderas que dan al sol son mucho más áridas o semiáridas, es donde crecen los agaves, los cactus. Del lado norte es donde crecen los encinos, los arbustos. Entonces hay un patrón que todavía se distingue en las zonas que no han sido urbanizadas o destruidas por este patrón de urbanización. Obviamente, como cualquier taller de diseño, hicimos un inventario y análisis de las condiciones existentes, ahora ya más completo para la cuenca del arroyo de los Nogales. Y aquí les muestro en una serie de diapositivas nuestro método. Esta es la cuenca de ambas Nogales, el área urbana y la hidrología. Quizás la parte más importante del proyecto tiene que ver con una plataforma que fue un análisis de factibilidad de infraestructura verde que fue desarrollado otra vez por Francisco Lara Valencia en Arizona State University. Los factores incluidos a través de un proceso de sistemas de información geográfica, un proceso de análisis, incluyeron factores como la mitigación de inundaciones, las reducciones correntías, impermeabilidad y permeabilidad de suelos, la planicie de inundación, facilitar la infiltración, suelos, pendientes, la protección del agua para reducir contaminación no puntual y puntual, y por supuesto oportunidades para espacios verdes que incluyen cercanía a vías de transporte, densidad de población, disponibilidad de tierra, compatibilidad de usos de suelo y la equidad o necesidad de espacios verdes, evidentemente sobre todo en zonas marginadas. Esto nos permitió identificar sitios específicos para infraestructura verde a partir de este análisis de factibilidad y a partir de un análisis más espacial, que fue desarrollado por parte del taller aquí en la Universidad de Arkansas. Los factores empleados en este caso incluyeron la presencia de comunidades activas o cautivas definidas por escuelas públicas y sus frecuentemente terrenos poco equipados o semi-utilizados como oportunidades para captura de agua y mejorar calidades espaciales. Los parques existentes sin infraestructura verde, que son prácticamente todos, espacios vacantes intraurbanos y perurbanos significativos, y elementos del paisaje natural como colinas, promontorios, remanentes ribereños, pantanos, entre otros. Y finalmente, la presencia de grupos de vecinos organizados con el ímpetu de lograr cambios y mejoramientos. A partir de esto, identificar sitios, empezamos a estudiar senderos posibles, principales, que evidentemente tendrían que reconocer la realidad de que en muchos casos habrá una necesidad de trabajos muy significativos para recuperar la continuidad de los corredores verdes y los arroyos, pero todo cuenta. Este es el plan maestro en general, a partir del cual identificamos zonas con áreas de concentraciones de sitios de proyecto, que son estas identificadas con estos recuadros rojos con línea punteada, y del cual les muestro solo uno como ejemplo. Este es el área de proyecto en el arroyo Chimeneas, que está en el suroeste de Nogales, por cierto, muy cerca de un proyecto fantástico recientemente implementado por la SEDATU, del gobierno federal actual de México, diseñado por Taller Capital, por Loreta Castro y su equipo, que es un proyecto muy, muy lindo, que les invito a que lo vean. Ese proyecto está justo al norte de este recuadro. En el arroyo Chimeneas identificamos topografía, arroyos, usamos un vuelo LiDAR que fue hecho por el USGS, que nos dio una resolución de 2 pies en topografía, que fue bastante buena para analizar la topografía, los arroyos, fotografía aérea. Estas son las áreas y sitios identificados a partir del análisis de factibilidad para infraestructura verde, con los factores que les comenté anteriormente. Yonques, que son un problema, una realidad, sobre todo en zonas marginadas como esta, en Nogales, Sonora, que podrían ser oportunidades de cambio si se transita a un manejo más adecuado de este tipo de materiales. Escuelas y espacios públicos existentes, áreas propuestas para la conservación, que incluyen laderas pronunciadas y arroyos, así como los drenes superficiales y los senderos propuestos. Esta estructura, básicamente la que están viendo, es la que está estableciendo los principios y los criterios de conectividad para la decisión de visibilizar y modelar una diversidad de proyectos de infraestructura verde y espacio público, como los que les muestro muy rápido a continuación. Este es un ejemplo, este es el sitio donde se ahogó Jonathan, desafortunadamente, en el verano del 2020, que es una serie de, es parte de un sistema más amplio, un tributario del arroyo Chimeneas, donde organizamos una serie de técnicas de infraestructura verde, sitios vacantes significativos como este, donde se propone un área de detención de agua, pero que está diseñada como parque, no solo como un agujero donde se llena que se llena de agua cuando llueve, que es la mayoría de los casos. También pensar el opuesto, también se maneja agua no solo en cuencas, sino también en laderas que pueden ser renaturalizadas o revegetadas para recuperar la capacidad de captación de agua y mitigación de escorrentías. Como
Gabriel,
comenté...
Perdón,
¿sí?
ya quedan 2 minutitos.
Sí, gracias, ya voy a terminar. Y aquí el proyecto de la secundaria 3, que tuvo dos pasos. El primero de un proyecto de todo su territorio, después un proyecto puntual que fue diseñado para que fuera posiblemente implementado dentro de los términos del proyecto para explorar la respuesta de la sociedad local en términos de participar con este tipo de proyectos de infraestructura verde de una manera muy táctica, con un presupuesto mínimo, y sobre todo para nosotros como investigadores, lo que nos permitía es hacer el planteamiento para un tercer paso, que ojalá y lo logremos hacer con una tercera beca de investigación, en la cual queremos seguir desarrollando capacidades técnicas para la implementación de infraestructura verde, trabajando con escuelas y sus comunidades y barrios organizados como este, que es el segundo proyecto piloto que implementamos, en un barrio central, pero marginal, de Nogales, Sonora también. Este es el sitio donde encontramos una comunidad bastante activa, con la cual platicamos con nuestro equipo en el lugar, un equipo especializado en este tipo de procesos, e implementamos con un presupuesto mínimo, como pueden ver, materiales encontrados en el lugar, donaciones de plantas, implementamos un proyecto de infraestructura verde en esta ladera. Eventualmente también pensando que en el futuro puede haber un proyecto más estructural como este, que se construye a partir de lo que se hizo ya durante el verano del 2020. Entonces, con esto cierro, tratando de replantear esta idea de cómo vincular la escala amplia territorial definida por la escala de la cuenca hidrográfica y cómo lograr hacerlo a partir de la participación de la sociedad. No vemos otra manera de que se pueda lograr. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Gabriel. Gracias a todos. Tenemos el tiempo encima. Vamos a hacer 3 preguntas, para lo cual sería uno para cada uno de los ponentes. Empezaría por Gabriel, que por ahí tiene un compromiso. Y les pediría que pudieran ser breves, dado que tenemos ya al conferencista magistral de la siguiente conferencia. Pregunta para Gabriel, ¿cómo afecta el paso de agua sobre el terreno y qué soluciones se llevan a cabo para evitar inundaciones en los terrenos? Esto lo pregunta Antonio García Vázquez.
Bueno, pues el paso de agua sobre el terreno, pues bueno, además de, si es el paso de agua sobre el suelo, pues un problema fundamental que existe en ambas nogales y sucede prácticamente en cualquier otro lado con ese tipo de problemas de caudales significativos es la erosión, la pérdida de suelos, el desplazamiento de sedimentos de lugares que terminan en otros lugares y evidentemente eso desplaza un problema a otro lugar, pero también disminuye la capacidad del lugar desde donde se desprende el sedimento para sobre todo capturar agua, infiltrar agua y también servir como un medio de vida para el crecimiento de plantas y árboles. Entonces, evidentemente que también la sedimentación, el desplazamiento de sedimentos tiene problemas y consecuencias con respecto a la infraestructura. Puede haber bloqueos de infraestructura, como sucedió en el 2008 con el arroyo de los Nogales subterráneo. Así que el problema fundamental es yo diría, la erosión y todas sus implicaciones. ¿Y qué soluciones se llevan a cabo para evitar inundaciones en terrenos? Bueno, es que hay algunos terrenos que se tienen que inundar, que tratamos de identificar en ambas nogales a través de nuestro análisis, porque ya está tan urbanizado, hay tantas superficies impermeables que buena parte del proyecto tenía que ver con identificar dónde podemos detener agua para después soltarla con un caudal controlado de vuelta al sistema. Si la pregunta tiene que ver con cómo evitar inundaciones en terrenos en general, pues yo diría que hay que disminuir la huella construida, hay que urbanizar menos, hay que mantener superficies permeables, reducir la huella impermeable, hay que mantener a la vegetación en su lugar, plantar árboles y hacer donde se tengan que hacer formaciones de tierra, cuencas para lograr capturar agua, detenerla e infiltrarla, así también controlando el caudal que se entrega de regreso al sistema de drenaje del territorio. Pedro, me voy a tener que despedir con esta pregunta. Muchas gracias y una disculpa por ello.
Al contrario, gracias, Gabriel. Buen día. Una pregunta para María Bellalta, de Aranza Fuentes, que nos pregunta, en Medellín y en México hicieron el telebús, transporte para los usuarios que viven en las mesetas. Esto reduce el tiempo, pero ¿realmente es una solución viable que interviene en el porvenir del paisaje?
Ya, gracias, Pedro. Sabes, te voy a decir, no te escucho muy bien, pero sí leí la pregunta. Bien. Así es que aquí voy a tratar de hacer la mejor respuesta que pueda. Y yo diría, mira, ¿cómo lo llaman ustedes? El telebús o el metro cable, como le dicen en Medellín, por un lado sí ha sido un mecanismo esencial, fundamental para poder integrar a las comunidades del borde que han sido relegadas, excluidas de todas las cosas que las ciudades convencionales ofrecen, el centro de cultura, de educación, de salud, etc. Entonces eso sí es un marco muy positivo, pero es cierto que a la vez la infraestructura que se superimpone en medio del paisaje para poder instalar esta gran infraestructura es otro dilema. O sea, digamos que solucionamos uno y introducimos otro más. Y lo que no alcancé a explicar muy sutil, no lo puedo decir bien al final de mi charla, pero ayer escuchamos un poco de la posibilidad de cambiar ciertas cuadras dentro de las ciudades tradicionales y hacerlas más verdes y más absorbientes al agua y al aire y toda esa cosa. Yo pienso que sí, es posible, pero ¿dónde vamos a poner a la gente que está sentada en la Ciudad de México, digamos? No los podemos necesariamente sacar y... Pero bueno, quizás hay espacios, estacionamientos que podemos reutilizar. Lo que yo sí creo es que en una ciudad como Medellín o muchas otras emergentes en Latinoamérica y en otras partes del mundo, que se van desarrollando y van mirando los modelos de nuestras ciudades, que ya llevan muchos años, son antiguas, y donde hemos aprendido de los fracasos, y ahora con el cambio climático vemos los problemas vehemente que no podemos repetir, ni que estas ciudades emergentes debieran tratar de modelar. Entonces, un nuevo modelo es lo que tenemos que entender, un nuevo paradigma, y yo creo que Medellín, porque nos demuestra lo repleto, lo saturado que está, con todas las buenas intenciones que ha tenido, es posible que tengamos que ahora empezar a mirar a una ciudad-región en vez de una ciudad-núcleo. No sé si es una mezcla entre ciudad compacta y conurbación, o una cosa más, una escala entre medio de las dos cosas, donde los acuerdos entre los municipios sí se hagan y puedan ser no solamente políticamente acordados, con las manos así y dineros, sino que sistemáticamente, porque las regiones tienen que ser salvadas por medio de los sistemas naturales que cruzan a lo largo de la región, del valle completo, no solamente de este pedazo del valle. Y en Medellín ahora la próxima cosa son los túneles por debajo de las montañas para poder llegar a Itagüe, a Caldas, a donde la gente está empezando a vivir al más allá, que introduce otro problema más de contaminación y de tránsito y todo ese tipo de cosas. Entonces, porque aún están asumiendo que Medellín va a ser el núcleo central. Entonces, no puede ser que empezamos a pensar en una ciudad menos saturada, con múltiples centros y aún asociadas, digamos. También hay que empezar, no estoy diciendo que sea una suburbia, pero más una región con menos impacto, o una región con un impacto distribuido, para que la carga de carbón y todo eso no se repita como los dilemas que vemos en México y en Boston y en Nueva York, y etcétera. Porque ese modelo ya sabemos que no lo podemos repetir. Entonces sí, tiene otra, estos remedios de transporte sí tienen otro impacto que también tenemos que tener pendiente.
Gracias, María. Con esta última pregunta para Lúcia, daremos por concluido
Dilo más fuerte, please, no te escucho.
daremos por concluido la siguiente pregunta para Lúcia. Es la tercera mesa Ciudad y Región. Lúcia, ¿Cómo crear mecanismos para evitar la privatización del espacio público? Esto pregunta Miguel Ángel Villicana.
Ok, a pergunta é ótima. Veja, eu acho que a primeira coisa é criar os instrumentos legais. Os instrumentos legais são eles que asseguram a passagem, o reconhecimento de um bem comum como bem público. Mas os instrumentos legais apenas, eles não asseguram a conservação, nem a manutenção das paisagens para determinadas pessoas. Tem que ter a legislação, mas também a legitimação. E essa legitimação só se faz com as pessoas. Eu não acredito em projeto que não envolvam as pessoas definindo o que se quer para aquele lugar. Então, eu acho que só com a inserção das pessoas na definição dos seus projetos, você vai qualificar sem desqualificar. Porque esse é o grande limite, é o limite do gesto. Até onde eu vou qualificar um lugar para não desqualificá-lo. Ou seja, o limite do gesto é preservar o espírito dos lugares e os desejos das pessoas para se requalificar aquele lugar. Então, eu acho que, além quando se fala em infraestrutura verde e azul, eu sempre acho que falta falar na infraestrutura da cor da pele. A infraestrutura da cor da pele é inserir as pessoas no sistema definindo o que se quer para aquele lugar. E aí você vai respeitar e legitimar as intervenções. Eu só acredito assim, porque os projetos que qualificam, desqualificando e expulsando, não qualificam, eles desqualificam e destroem o espírito dos lugares. É isso que eu penso, Pedro.
Muchas gracias, Lúcia. Pues, gracias, María. Gracias a todos. Damos paso a la conferencia magistral de Pamela Conrad. Bonito día para todos.
Chao, obrigada.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Pedro Ayala, al moderador. Muchas gracias, Lucía, María. Y le damos la palabra de nuevo a la maestra Michelle Meza, por favor, quien presentará a nuestra ponente de la conferencia magistral. Bienvenida de nuevo, maestra Michelle Meza. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, María. Tenemos el honor de presentarles otra de nuestras conferencias magistrales a cargo de Pamela Conrad. Voy a leer rápidamente su semblanza curricular. Ella es la directora de CMG Landscape Architecture en San Francisco, California. Tiene un enfoque en la resiliencia y mitigación climática en todos sus proyectos, que van desde parques a planes maestros. Desde su infancia, que fue en una zona rural, tiene esta formación por espacio abierto, así como una educación en ciencias vegetales y la regeneración de paisajes. Ha trabajado en la restauración hidrológica de diferentes cuerpos de agua. Uno de sus retos es trabajar en zonas que están comprometidas o excluidas para convertirlas en zonas con un valor ecológico y social que funjan como espacios públicos. Tiene mucha experiencia en proyectos innovadores y está a cargo de 2 proyectos importantes en el área de San Francisco Bay Area, que responden a cambio climático, que es el Treasure Island Parks and Open Space y el San Francisco Waterfront Resilient Program. Ha recibido varios reconocimientos, entre los cuales se destacan el recibido por la Landscape Architecture Foundation Fellowship en 2018, donde se galardonó por desarrollar una aplicación que sigue el cálculo de carbono emitido en proyectos de arquitectura de paisaje y el Climate Positive Design Challenge, que está compartiendo con todas las personas alrededor del mundo. Ha sido conferencista a nivel nacional e internacional. Es miembro de la Sociedad Americana de Arquitectos Paisajistas en el Comité de Acción Climática y además está liderando la iniciativa de la Federación Internacional de Cambio Climático. Pamela, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us, for being so generous to share all the experience that you have with us. And well, you will have your conference and then we have some Q&A at the end of your lecture. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction and to everyone for having me join this important conference. Michelle, are you able to see the full screen okay?
No, we are seeing the text behind.
Okay. How about now?
Yeah, great.
Okay, well, thank you again for the introduction. And today I'm pleased to share with you climate action by design. As all of us are very aware of the recent IPCC report and the devastating weather conditions that we've been experiencing, it is evident that immediate action must be taken to reduce emissions, sequester carbon, and prepare for the pending impacts. It is with urgency that the profession of landscape architecture is rising to the challenge of the climate crisis. The global profession of over 70,000 landscape architects is uniting to commit action through our work and advocacy and elevating this message to a global stage. The guidance is clear, the resource sources are in place, and it's now up to all of us to follow through with shifting our business as usual practices to make a difference. Today, I'm pleased to share with you what efforts are currently underway, how you can contribute, the resources available for making positive change, and why it matters.
We don't have the sound, Pamela.
Oh. Okay, then we'll skip this. So you probably are asking yourselves a little bit about who I am and why I care about this issue. I grew up on a farm in the rural Midwestern United States, a first generation college graduate, and from this experience has deeply embedded passion for the environment and desire to protect it. It's what drove me to want to become a landscape architect and to get involved in climate action. And for many of you, I have to ask the same question, who are you and why do you care about these issues? Many of you are students and you may be feeling the same way that Greta Thunberg is, frustrated with the lack of action over the past decades when we've known about climate change and haven't seen a lot of action at the global leadership level. And as you know, it's caused her and many others to be angry, as well as myself. And I think in terms of what Greta is doing and what I'm doing, the only thing that really makes me feel better about this is by taking action. Greta has been very smart in rallying the troops of the youth around the world. She has also realized that this message needs to go up to the highest levels, up to the Conference of the Parties, which is the United Nations annual conference on climate change. And it's where leaders around the world gather to demonstrate and share how their countries are going to be taking climate action, reducing emissions to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. It is where the most important decisions around climate action get made at a global stage, and Greta Thunberg is regularly present there, and activities lead up to this event. One of our key collaborators, Architecture 2030, is an organization that is a delegate to the COP. This year, the conference is being held in Glasgow, Scotland. And Architecture 2030 guides the architecture profession on improving their carbon impact. Similarly, the organization I started a couple years back called Climate Positive Design helps to guide the landscape architecture profession on how we can reduce emissions and increase carbon sequestration in the exterior built environment. And with Architecture 2030 CEO, we decided that it was time that we provide a unified voice at this global stage from the entire built environment, not just the buildings, but the buildings, the infrastructure, the landscapes, everything that comes together to create the built environment. And to take a message that matters, because we know that about 40% of global carbon emissions are coming from buildings, But actually, if we look at everything else, all the infrastructure, the roadways, the sidewalks, when you put all that together, that's actually about 75% of annual greenhouse gas emissions that are coming from the urban built environment. And that includes the work of landscape architects. The good news is that we have a lot of opportunity to change those things within the work that we do every day. So a message is being taken this year to the COP26 via Architecture 2030. It is a message that is showing what we are doing as the designers of the built environment to make change, to embolden governments to do the same. We are calling on those governments to ramp up their nationally determined contributions, or the amount that they're going to reduce their emissions and commit to the Paris Agreement, and with a goal of getting in line with meeting the global 1.5 degree carbon budget. Now, this communique has now been signed by around the 60 largest architecture firms around the world, representing, and I would say actually not just architecture, again, firms around the world involved in the built environment that represent billions of dollars in annual construction spending from many organizations, and that represents over 1 million professionals worldwide. The signatories are taking specific actions in these areas around buildings, new and existing, embodied carbon reductions, urbanization, planning, and landscapes. So that's where we come in. And to support this message, the global landscape architecture profession has united to strengthen the urgency and communicate the position of how our profession can provide solutions to the climate crisis. We designated the International Federation of Landscape Architects, IFLA, to be the official convening organization, of which 77 member organizations are part of IFLA, so that our message can be amplified and adopted around the world. This commitment will be linked and included with the presentation of the COP26 materials to the Built Environment Communique. This group that we have brought together to draft the commitment includes volunteers from 6 different countries and 7 different organizations around the world. And as the Special Interest Task Group Chair and co-chair of the working group, I'm extremely proud of all of the time and efforts that this group put together earlier this year, defining and outlining specifically how we are going to be taking action. Our process identifying the key topics for action outlined in COP26 program, and also around the approach and framing, putting these actions into context of where we are as a global population. It was obviously a process that came with much healthy debate, but we were clear on not only wanting to support the message of the COP, but also that it was an opportunity to highlight the unique role landscape architects have and can play in addressing climate change. And also that this commitment should have a life beyond just this November's COP. So we developed the Climate Action Commitment, which I'm pleased to share with you today, and as the next generation of landscape architects to take climate action. So landscape architects are uniquely qualified to prevent catastrophic global environmental and societal breakdown. Through planning, design, and management, our work protects or repairs global ecosystems, fosters human health, well-being, and happiness, and cools down the environment and draws down atmospheric carbon. Landscapes include complex interactive systems that provide a wide range of goods and services. And with almost over 70% of global populations living in cities by 2050, holistic landscape interventions are critical to transformation and sustainability. As a creative discipline, we bring on expertise on nature-based solutions, technological innovation, and strategic thinking that deliver for nature and people. So over 70,000 landscape architects around the world are taking action as global citizens to limit the 1.5 degree Celsius temperature increase in the following 6 key areas. UN Climate SDGs. We commit to advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And through each of the 77 nations represented by the International Federation of landscape architects within our member associations accelerate our work to repair global ecosystems. The Sustainable Development Goals were established by the United Nations in 2015 as an urgent call for all countries. Landscape architecture is a profession that's built on the philosophy of sustainability, yet mainly green spaces, ecology, and water management, which actually only corresponds to about 3 or 4 of the SDGs out of a total of 17. But there's definitely a possibility to expand the contribution of current practice of landscape architecture to cover all 17 SDGs. Now, the current practice sort of has us strongly aligned with the SDGs in the planet group, with an emphasis on number 13, climate action. We can greatly expand our reach in this area. We can also build on social and cultural aspects of the development of innovation, economy, and decent work within the city, which are an important part of the SDGs prosperity group. Moreover, landscape architects can also provide environmental and designers can take parts in administration, management, and coordination of projects. They can be more integrated with outside interdisciplinary involvement, such as laws and policies that can get involved in projects that improve the quality of life for low-income communities. People, in order to expand their work, can benefit SDGs in the people, peace, and partnerships groups. So as you see, there's a great opportunity for us to support all of the SDGs with our outlined focus areas of the commitment. Some things that you can do to get involved in supporting this item of the commitment is educating yourself on the SDGs, referencing SDGs in your projects, advancing research in areas that still need it, and incorporate SDGs into all of your work. Carbon drawdown. We commit to attaining global net zero emissions by 2040. We'll dramatically reduce operational and embodied carbon emissions produced by our work, harness the unique capacity of landscapes to draw down carbon dioxide, and advocate for clean and multimodal transit systems. And why this matters is because if we let the 2-degree tipping point happen versus the 1.5 degree, almost 2 billion more people will be exposed to heat waves every 5 years. 100 to 400 million people will be at risk of hunger. Another 1 to 2 billion more people will no longer have adequate water, and 1 billion people may be forced to migrate. And according to the IPCC 1.5 degree report and recent assessment, we have a global carbon budget remaining of about 340 gigatons. And if we can make a 65% reduction by 2030, there's about a 65% probability of that. But we need to then continue to draw down our emissions to 0 by 2040 to keep within that 1.5 degree tipping point. And it is an enormous challenge, but they recognize within the recent report that we still have a chance. Now, we understand, as I mentioned earlier, that the urban built environment is responsible for about 75% of those emissions. It's what's causing these effects: rising temperatures, reduction in air quality, increase in fires and sea levels. And just again, recognizing, while about a little over half of those are coming from buildings, the rest is coming from these spaces that we're actively involved in as landscape architects. Now, our work has different ways that we have an impact on the overall emissions in the environment. Embodied carbon comes from the materials, the transportation, manufacturing, and processing of the materials that we install on the site, like this concrete seen here. There's also operational emissions. They're things that require energy over time to maintain a landscape, like using gas-powered equipment to mow a lawn or a leaf blower. Also, the fertilizers that we put on landscapes oftentimes include greenhouse gases. But then maybe most importantly is this opportunity that we have to draw down and sequester carbon from the atmosphere and sink into landscapes themselves. It's a very unique opportunity that we have as a profession. But through case studies over this last several years, recognizing that the way our current designs are taking us is when we start to look at them very closely and understand and calculate those footprints, what we would likely see is that our business as usual represents the graph on the left, that we are likely emitting more carbon than we're sequestering, and over time that really adds up. But with small changes to design, where we're seeing that we do not have to reduce aesthetics, we don't have to reduce quality. Places can still be functional and maintain the programming that we'd like to see. We could be in the graph on the right, actually, and make a big shift within our project impacts to where we're not only just getting to zero. We actually could have an opportunity to sequester more carbon than those projects emit. And over time, that could lead up to a significant impact, potentially removing upwards of a gigaton of CO2 by the year 2050, and ultimately contributing to that 1.5 degree prevention. And there's so many things that we can do in our everyday work, designing places to be more bikeable and walkable, minimizing soil disturbance, which releases carbon, using more recycled or reclaimed materials, and using cement substitutions. We can also design to sequester more carbon, maximizing green spaces, roofs, or infrastructure, using maximizing sequestration through our plant material, like using shrubs instead of lawns, and then also looking to restore and protect our natural ecosystems, which are carbon rich. We started looking at this in our work very closely, and recognizing that to sustain life on our waterfronts, we have a responsibility to restore and improve those ecosystems that support our water bodies around us. This is a project on Alameda Island in an underserved community. We're working to transform an old naval base at a tarmac into a wetland that will evolve with sea level rise in the coming decades. Even through the pandemic, we recognize the importance of building community and community input through the design process. So we still met safely with community members to hear what they would like on the site and how they see it fitting in with their community needs. As you can see, it is a paved site. It was a former tarmac for a runway. And it's primarily concrete and asphalt with wonderful views and exposure. The bay around San Francisco is just in the background. And by removing and repurposing existing materials on site, we're creating subtidal habitats. We're also repurposing existing materials rather than bringing in new ones, and recycling asphalt from the site to build up landforms and overlooks. This is an opportunity to build habitat, increase park access, and minimize the carbon impact of our work. With this new vision, it will adapt to the known effects that are around the corner from near-term sea level rise. And its long-term strategy prepares for the future uncertainty as the bay changes and sea level rise continues to decrease. The big move is really connecting and expanding a wetland habitat into the bay, creating recreational access through overlooks and trail networks, and then restoring the wetlands themselves will provide us the co-benefits that are core to resiliency, so carbon sequestration and storm surge buffers. It's also key to improving the health and resiliency of the bay's ecosystems, providing habitat, improving biodiversity, and filtering runoff that might otherwise reach the marine ecosystems downstream. And then that as sea levels continue to rise, that those ecosystems will shift, but also continuing to function and provide a multitude of co-benefits. Now, this project, as it relates to its overall carbon footprint, as I mentioned, the strategies that were employed through the design, through doing climate positive design analysis, we were able to understand the overall carbon footprint, how long it would take this project to offset itself, which would take about 4 years. And then it would offset the prior land use or remediating it in 23 years, as it would currently take about 200 years to do that. So I think this is an exemplary project of how, if this is a priority as you're starting the design process, the overall impact that it can have in lots of different ways for addressing climate change. The carbon calculations were done through the Pathfinder app that I developed. This is a free web-based app that anybody can use, so I encourage you to use it on all of your projects, whether it be student projects or actual built ones. It's relatively easy for anyone to use. You simply provide your quantities of materials. It indicates whether that's red, your emissions, or green for carbon sequestration, and helps you understand how long it will take for your project to offset its own carbon footprint, and giving you that live years to positive score actively along the way as you make changes, so you can learn along the way. This initiative launched just about 2 years ago, but these are the first year statistics from the overall impact. So it's wonderful to see that there's been over 1,000 projects logged to date from that many contributors and many companies and countries around the world. Those impacts we can start to see when we put them together, how many trees that we anticipate are being planted from those projects, and then that equivalent to how it relates to something like cars being taken off the road in 10 or 30 years. So you can see those numbers really start to be significant in reflecting that that could be the equivalent to taking over 300,000 cars off the road in the next 10 years. And so part of this obviously is us recording our overall impact as a profession that we're making and contributing, but it is also obviously just even about outreach and awareness and increasing understanding. So part of the goals is that lower part of the screen that you're seeing. And then ultimately, it's not just about carbon. It's actually a much broader interconnected web of co-benefits that come from improving our carbon footprint. So thinking about how these strategies to increase carbon sequestration and reduce emissions, and those strategies by protecting more plants and restoring our ecosystems, building healthy soils and reclaiming materials, then lead up to all of these other different positive impacts, which ultimately will protect and support the most vulnerable communities. So some things that you can do to get involved, I encourage you all to use the Pathfinder app, log your projects. It's at climatepositivedesign.com. And again, if you're a student, definitely use your studio projects. Just check the box to say that this is a student project not being built. But otherwise, please utilize it as a resource in your studios and your curriculum. Definitely. And the intentionality, I think, is what's important about it, that setting goals to minimize emissions and increase carbon sequestration in everything that we do. It's really imperative that we change our business as usual due to the climate crisis. So the next category, climate resilience. Within the commitment, we commit to enhancing capacity and resilience of livable cities and communities. We plan to do this by implementing green infrastructure approaches. We, by landscape architects, we're going to work to mitigate urban heat island effect to reduce the risks associated with fire, drought, and flood. And urban green infrastructure approaches and nature-based solutions provide cities with multifunctional services. They cool air and urban surfaces, which is one of their significant contributions. This is documented in many studies around the world. And there is something about this relationship to land and the sea, that land, cover, and water is the basis of our society. It creates this deep relationship. We as citizens and landscape architects can focus on these relationships and establish our connections with humanity's links and functioning nature and our planetary ecosystems. There's also the opportunities and co-benefits that come with green infrastructure, the opportunity to not only have these functional benefits, but places to create habitats and support biodiversity. And I think the opportunity exists to take what may be traditional architecture or infrastructure and shift that to where these solutions can now be part of climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies. And we can strive not only to do the things that I just mentioned, but when you start to put these together, there definitely becomes this enhancement in our quality of life in our communities by creating biodiversity in nature, and also the opportunity to bring our communities to those spaces to increase inclusivity, health, and happiness. It's also well known the benefits of green infrastructure and temperature regulation, especially in urban areas, and that those water bodies, there's a creek shown here, actually can also lead to cooling of cities through evaporation. Then they are much more effective when they are surrounded by vegetation cover. Also recognizing water as a resource, that the need to conserve and control and share the resources of the planet, including water. We can design with function of landscapes and scale, the complexity, the functionality required to responding patterns and changes of weather, and the distribution of water and rainfall and fresh water, and recognizing that water must be a common resource available to all living creatures. We recognize as designers for public life to continue and thrive on the water. We know that we must live sustainably. In the San Francisco Bay Area here, where we're working on redevelopment projects to address some needs of the housing crisis within our region. We're working with developers to create an entirely new neighborhood with concentrated density that will support sustainable growth on the water, including 300 acres of public open space. But we recognize, for people to live here in the near and distant future, the city must be able to adapt to rising sea levels as well. We're implementing an adaptive management plan that will allow for incremental adaptation over time that maintains public access, where it's needed. It provides there is space to allow for retreat within the open space to create intertidal habitats and also increase carbon sequestration. This is something that we started about 20 years ago today, and it's currently under construction. And that this plan for sea level rise adaptation actually was the project that sparked all the sea level rise adaptation guidance that currently exist in the Bay Area through a Bay Plan amendment. And the strategy is not one size fits all. I think that's something that we learned from all of our projects, is that many different shorelines, there are different conditions that require different responses, building up shorelines in places, possible retreat to encourage habitat in others, and then maintaining public access as a key component. Now, these higher water trigger levels will trigger improvements to protect against flooding, like the berm that you see on the right side of this section. We're planned for an array of adaptation options in each stage incrementally over time. There's developed spaces like this on-site wastewater treatment facility, which is a key example of green infrastructure, which will be elevated and then defended by a raised edge eventually. And as I mentioned before, again, providing all of the co-benefits of habitat creation and increasing biodiversity as well along this ecosystem. Some key strategies for sea level rise adaptive management, the ideas of time, right? That science is changing, that we have time to plan and adapt for these incremental adaptations. But recognizing we need to go ahead and build higher and monitor those changes over time, allowing for more space and ample setbacks for adaptations will make those changes easier in the future. This project also built in a community facilities district, which is funding generated to support the adaptations ongoing over time. And then again, revisiting the adaptation management plan with the latest science as things change. But even the best examples of green infrastructure are still vulnerable to the fires, especially those that we experience here around in the Bay Area. Forest restoration projects can assist with fire risk reduction, but health standards are breached when atmospheric interventions trap pollution close to the ground, and when the fires cool and burn, they affect air quality. This was an actual real photograph in the middle of the day. That was last summer here in San Francisco from the smoke from the fires that surrounded us. We recognize that encroachment into the wild areas from urban development is exacerbating the current situation. But there are landscape management strategies in place that can assist through thinking about effective fuel reduction and providing greater buffers in urban areas, planning and being mindful of different types of tree and shrub cover, maximizing distances between woody vegetation and forests, and then a number of structural considerations to take into account around fires and buildings that can help prevent the fires from reaching those areas. So there's proper management systems out there. There's a book called Firescaping, a good one contributed by my colleague, Deb Kent, to check out to understand what these proper management techniques are and include. Again, thinking about buildings and the proximity to these open spaces is going to be key, and then fuel reduction loading again, and to protect our urban and developed areas from the risks that we will see increase over time. There are cultural burning practices that can be implemented and learned from our indigenous populations. We can also learn and to support these cultural learning pathways that empower and enable indigenous people to work with everyone hand in hand in creating resilient landscapes. There's, through this leadership, advocacy, and action, opportunities to implement these cultural land management practices. And for thousands and thousands of years, indigenous populations in Australia have been used and are part of the land management. So what you can do, I think all of us, this is a big area for landscape architects to get involved in, thinking about how you can be proactive about addressing climate impacts through your design, making resilience a priority in everything that we do. Again, changing business as usual. Learn more. There's lots of different resources out there from all the different professional organizations and more coming out to date. And also teaching resilient design practices as the baseline in studios. Climate justice. We commit to advocating for climate justice and social well-being. Landscape architects will increase support for equity and equality, food security, and the right to clean water and happiness for all. Now, as we look ahead, we start by building collective knowledge and planning together to make a resilient and equitable future. And we began practicing and developing tools for participatory design and planning with the Rise Up workshop series. This is something that we piloted here several years back in the Bay Area. Was sort of a first step for sharing knowledge and beginning the conversation with local community members about sea level rise at the city, town, and community level. And by building collective knowledge, that means creating a safe place for community members, coastal experts, and planners to exchange their expertise and shared understanding of the problem that's around us. And a key component for the workshop series is making a space for those experts and community members to have one-on-one direct conversations about the science of sea level rise and how it is going to impact the land around us. And as a starting point for us all to understand the potential impacts, it begins with mapping the potential of future sea level rise and then what is at risk. This is a really important part of the process for community members to start sticking dots on the map to understand what are the most important pieces of infrastructure in their community and overlay those with the map so they can start recognizing that actually some of the most important assets for their community to function are within those future floodplains. It also, as the evolution of this exercise has evolved into what we call the game of tides. This is a game that residents or community members can play with each other to develop the adaptation strategies on their own, thinking about what are the areas they would protect, what would they let go, having conversations about trade-offs that they would make as community members and start to understand their fellow community members' concerns. And perhaps most importantly is an opportunity for community members to be heard, for them to share their ideas, for us to listen, and to make a safe space for us just to hear about their issues that are important to them. It might also be the opportunity to learn, for us to hear and then to come back to the community with different adaptation scenarios that we see, are feasible based on what they created and our understanding of the science. And, again, this is over the past 20 years, a model that we've carried around to projects around the Bay about collective negotiation and exchange where we can learn and also address, decades of injustices like inequitable housing, inequitable planning, the housing crisis, jobs, access to nature and clean water. So it's really a goal to ensure that these priorities are foundations to the resilience decision-making, and the community members have a voice and a seat at the table, the same table that planners and policymakers have in participating equitably in designing for their future. Now, this is also an important space and opportunity for us to lead as in the conversations of creating more food security and equity within our communities. So where there's the opportunity to involve community-based agriculture systems, bring community members together, talking about and hearing from them what they would like to see is a key opportunity. And then helping them visualize what these agricultural interventions in their neighborhood could look like. Planting with them and have community days for people to learn more about agricultural practices. And then helping them implement this over time, working on operations and maintenance manuals to recognize that agricultural landscapes take care over time to be functional, but that is a place that we can also support. And then recognizing in certain parts of the world that regenerative agriculture or larger scale shift of how agriculture is being maintained can be a pretty significant solution to the current climate situation that we're in. Agroforestry is another one of those opportunities where cropping is interwoven within forestry, which can create not only jobs for local community members, improve soil quality, and a true richness that can bring economic benefits to underserved communities. So some of the things that you can do in this space of climate justice is to be sure to listen to those that care to speak, amplify those voices that might not be heard, go the extra distance to support equity and inclusivity, and engage with people that are different than you. Cultural reconciliation. We commit to learning from cultural knowledge systems. Respecting and working with Indigenous cultural land management knowledge to mitigate climate change impacts and continue work towards reconciliation. According to the United Nations State of the World's Indigenous Peoples, globally, most Indigenous peoples' lands, it includes about 40% of all of the protected terrestrial areas and ecologically remaining landscapes around the world. So the recognition that these people are helping to protect these ecosystems and that they have the rights to make decisions about what happens to these lands is something that we can help to advocate for. The recent IPCC report also acknowledges how Indigenous peoples and local knowledge has played an increasing role in historical climatology, especially in areas where other instrumental observations are sparse and provide information about past and present cultures. There are also other references like the Global Biodiversity Outlook that can help us to better understand conventional or in conservation and sustainable land use and working with Indigenous peoples and local communities. Landscape architects can help provide better recognition and support for these actions. Now, there are resources that exist today in Australia in particular that are helping us to better understand as designers how we can work with Indigenous people, so learn about their cultural practices and incorporate them into the design and management of landscapes and their systems. There are examples around the world, although not enough in terms of how we can work closely hand in hand with Indigenous peoples and different organizations like this Emissions Reduction Fund, where it's an opportunity to work hand in hand, a transfer of cultural land management and knowledge. And through these practices, there have been about 1.5 million tons of emissions reductions and supported about 300 Indigenous jobs per year over a period of 10 years. And so there are significant opportunities to improve the quality of people's lives and also carry these practices from the past into the future. Also, more examples in New Zealand of working more closely with tribes to help manage ecosystems to support biodiversity. The Australian Institute of Landscape Architects is working towards providing more resources for landscape architects to better understand Indigenous peoples' culture and practices through their Reconciliation Action Plan and acknowledgements. And I do really think that they are leading in this space of around the world and how we can be taking action in this space as landscape architects. Another reference is the International Indigenous Design Charter, which shares protocols for sharing Indigenous knowledge in professional design practice. And so this advises on representation of Indigenous culture. Design practitioners can be expected to adhere to these following points that are outlined, which helps to better understand how we can better relate, understand, and design going forward. Again, many things that you can do. This is an important place for us to be asking questions, to learning more about Indigenous communities and recognizing their cultures and the lands that we inhabit. There's obviously much opportunity for research in this area of study, and more leadership is definitely needed. And on the topic of climate leadership, our last key area is something that we are committing to as a global profession. We, as landscape architects, are uniquely placed to galvanize and lead the built environment response to the climate crisis with our collaborators. We'll continue to collaborate with our clients, suppliers, and allied professions to champion climate positive design. And I hope through this work that I've shared with you today, you all feel and see that there are the opportunity to step up, to be involved, to take climate action through your, if it's through your work, through advocating for new policies, supporting leaders that are bringing change and recognizing that climate action needs to be taken. Also just speaking up, talking to our clients about it, talking to other disciplines, city leaders, regional leaders, anybody that we can. There's a lot of space and opportunity. And then volunteering, of course, even as able to get involved in other climate initiatives. So by signing this commitment, we are championing these ideas in our projects around the world. And within our own community, in the hopes that each pound of carbon sequestered and water filtered, it adds up to a greater impact for in each project and space it holds for people and ecosystems. We design for resilience so that we can leave the world a better place than what we found it. Thank you very much.
Pamela, thank you very much for this amazing lecture. It's really eye-opening. I know that you have to leave, and I just want to ask you if you have time for a couple of questions, or if we leave it here.
Yeah, I think we could do a couple real quick.
Okay, it's gonna be quick.
Okay.
The first one, it's from Juan Carlos Cruz. in your opinion, what is the future of landscape architecture in the next decades? And we have another one that says, which will be the main challenges for the 2030 agenda, seeing it from the perspective of architecture, which will be this main challenge?
Yeah, good questions. I mean, you know, maybe I'm biased, but to answer the first question, the future of landscape architecture in the next decade, I frankly think this is the future of the profession. We are so well suited to be leaders in this space. We have the right tools, we have the right ethos. There is so much opportunity and need for us to be elevating our role in the climate crisis. And so I think it's an incredible area of opportunity. There's an incredible need, and it is really up to us to seize this moment, get outside of our comfort zone, maybe some things that we didn't, you know, learn in school, and get involved and take action, because it is urgent, it is the present. And honestly, if we don't, there are other disciplines out there that are going to step into that space. So this is now, it's the chance and it's opportunity for us. And then, you know, of course, that doesn't come with challenges. I think, you know, for the 2030 agenda that was, you know, addressed, I mean, we are, as I mentioned, to meet and stay under the 1.5 degree temperature carbon budget, you know, that means 0 emissions by 2040. And so, you know, there are some things that we can control within our projects, right? We can control how much we're planting, we can minimize paving. There are some things that we need to be working with manufacturers on. We need to get carbon neutral concrete if we're going to continue to use concrete. We need to demand products that are at least carbon neutral, so we can meet those goals of being, you know, carbon neutral by 2040. So we're going to have to start working with manufacturers. We're going to have to start demanding increased transparency in materials. It's called environmental product declarations, and that's already starting in the architecture field. So the pathway is already paved for us, but we need that to start expanding into all the materials and products that we use. And so it's a challenge, but it's an opportunity, and I think we can overcome it. But everybody's got to be doing it. Everybody's got to be asking for it. And, you know, that's how product manufacturers operate, though. Change happens when your consumers want the change. So I think it's just a matter of time, but we really need to pull together on that one.
Thank you so much, Pamela. Really, there are some of our students hearing you, so I think it's gonna be, as it is for me, this wide opening experience to hear from you and to meet all of the tools that you have developed and try to apply them in our day-to-day practice at the Academy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Y voy a hacer una traducción rápidamente. Le estoy agradeciendo a Pamela Conrad por esta gran presentación, por todas las herramientas que nos ha presentado, y respondiendo a la par de preguntas que se hicieron, habla que el futuro de la arquitectura de paisaje es este, y tenemos que entrar a resolverlo, porque si no habrá otras profesiones que lo harán por nosotros. Así como todo gran reto pues viene con obstáculos que hay que superar, y entre ellos está la manufactura de los materiales, y hay que trabajar con los que están produciéndolos, porque los grandes cambios se hacen cuando el público o los clientes solicitan los ajustes para ello. Y bueno, tenemos que pensar en materiales que sean de 0 emisiones, empezando por el concreto neutro. Con esto la despedimos y agradecemos mucho su presencia. Y voy a dar paso a la última de las conferencias del día de hoy, la última conferencia magistral que se lleva a cabo a cargo de Colleen, Mercer y Clarke. Voy a hacer una lectura rápida de su currículum. La doctora Colleen Mercer Clarke es una científica interdisciplinaria y una profesional de la arquitectura de paisaje que se ha especializado en la resiliencia y en motivar la transformación a través del uso de la ciencia climática y la adaptación en comunidades gobiernos y negocios. Colleen tiene más de 35 años de experiencia como consultora y fue entrenada como bióloga marina, acuática y arquitecta paisajista. Su carrera se ha enfocado en el desarrollo sustentable de los recursos y las comunidades a través del manejo y la conservación de los recursos naturales y culturales. Tiene una gran variedad de proyectos desarrollados y ahora, bueno, a partir del 2009, el trabajo de Colleen se ha enfocado en la adaptación de las comunidades costeras por la amenaza del incremento del nivel del mar, los cambios extremos y, por supuesto, calentamiento global. Forma parte de varios comités en los cuales, a nivel nacional en Canadá, en donde ella es quien habla sobre la adaptación y las zonas marinas y los paisajes. Tiene una publicación, una coautoría, que habla sobre herramientas para los tomadores de decisiones. Fue la presidenta pasada de la Asociación Nacional Canadiense de Arquitectos Paisajistas. Ahora sirve como la presidenta de la Federación Internacional de Arquitectos Paisajistas en la parte de práctica profesional. Y además, también es un miembro comité de la Union for the Conservation of Nature. También es un miembro voluntario de la misma comisión, pero en manejo de ecosistemas. Y bueno, como vieron, también forma parte de este grupo que trabaja a través de la Federación Internacional de Arquitectos Paisajistas para la acción climática. Colleen, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm so glad to see you again. And we are thrilled to have you here. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Michelle, do we have my slides up?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Well, it is my very great honor to be asked to speak to you today. And I have to say, I only wish it could have been in person in Mexico. It's one thing to do it from your desk, but it's so much better to do it in person. In my presentation today, I'm going to take a bit of a new perspective on planning and design for the future, one that has its foundation in the rights of nature and the role of landscape architects in creating a better world. As Pamela said earlier, and you've heard from Martha this week and from Pamela and now from me, so I do apologize. There may be some overlap because the three of us work pretty closely together. So Pamela has been talking to you about the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's recent report that came out in August. 234 authors from 65 countries made some of their strongest statements to date. And especially on the impacts that can be expected if we don't take urgent and effective action immediately. Each of our 4 decades, the past 4 decades, have been successively warmer than any other decade that preceded it since 1815. And there's no doubt that extreme weather events are increasing everywhere, every kind. And there's also no doubt that people and environments are suffering. John Holdren served in the Obama administration as a senior advisor on science and technology. And he said something I've long quoted. He said it best. We basically have 3 choices left: mitigation, adaptation, and suffering. We are going to do some of each. And the question is, what is the mix going to be? The more mitigation we do, the more we reduce emissions and sequester carbon, there will be less need to adapt, and hopefully there will be less suffering. But as Pamela said, throughout the world, emissions are continuing to rise, and nations have yet to find ways and means to reduce their dependence on fossil fuels. And the planet is warming and warming and warming. And that warming is not just affecting weather patterns, it's interfering in planetary systems and with ecological systems necessary for all life. Nature is also suffering, and nature is our best hope for a better future. In many world cultures, nature's value lies in how it serves the human population. Humans seek to benefit from nature, to dominate it, to bend it to our use. Even before climate change became a threat, human society deforested, polluted, and decimated our natural world. We scraped off the topsoil, cut down the forests, and piped the streams. We hardened coastlines, destroyed habitats, and condemned too many species to extinction. We paved our paradise and we built shopping centers. And now planetary warming is affecting planetary ecosystems. It's altering food chains and affecting the survival of species and habitats. Nature can absorb some change. It's pretty resilient, Within the limits of targets for sustainability, ecosystems, habitats, and species continually adjust and go forward. But as the level of stress or change increases, the system starts to show signs of impact. Sometimes if you take away those stressors, ecosystems will bounce back, or they may alter a little bit, but not always in a bad way, until you reach something called a threshold. The threshold is the point at which ecological systems, habitats, and species stop being able to absorb impacts. If you go past the thresholds, things start to deteriorate, and many times you can't go back. Not only is ecosystem functioning at a risk, we can lose entire habitats, we can lose species. Food change gets badly out of whack. This is where the red lights and the sirens start to go off. When ecosystems continue to deteriorate, they reach tipping points, the point of no return. Past this point, deterioration will continue, and there's nothing you can do to slow it or to stop the degradation. Things will change from where they had been to something that's really quite different, and that might not be a state of affairs that's good for humans. One of those tipping points for planetary well-being is global warming. The tipping point's been identified as a warming of 2.5 degrees Celsius above where global mean temperatures would normally sit. We're already at 1, and we're climbing fast. Think about what an increased temperature past 2.5 degrees could do to the planet. The science on climate change disturbs me greatly. As Michelle noted, in addition to being a landscape architect, I'm also a marine ecologist with a deep love of coasts and oceans. My love and respect and awe for nature, like Pamela, it's been core to my professional career from the beginning. I crawled out of the water to become a landscape architect because I wanted to ensure my value for nature was reflected in development decisions, in the planning and management of our cities and towns, in the way we extracted resources. What happens in the oceans is generally because of what we do on the land. Pollution runs downhill to the sea. Fishermen don't fish from boats, they fish from communities. And filling wetlands and salt marshes removes their protective functions and serves society. Over the years, advocating a greater respect for nature to colleagues, to clients, and even to government regulators, well, it's generally been a tough road. But the journey was a rewarding one because landscape architecture gave me a platform that allowed me to become an architect for nature. In my other life as an ecologist, I'm a volunteer scientist, member of the Commission on Ecosystem Management at the IUCN. As Michelle noted, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Through the commission, I interact with other ecologists. They're all amazing scientists and ecosystem managers, but they're seldom at the front line of development decision-making. This is where I clearly see the role that landscape architecture does play and could play in advancing needed change within society, change that sustains and protects nature and helps human society survive and thrive. In 2014, I was still working on the Sea Change Project with colleagues from 8 communities and 5 universities scattered from Baffin Island in the Canadian Arctic to Grand Riviere on the coast of the Caribbean Sea in Trinidad. For 5 years, we worked to help communities from seemingly disparate geographies and cultures identify their risks from sea level rise and flooding and seek ways for them to cope with the impacts to come. Planning and adapting to climate change is all about working with landscapes and communities, as Pamela was showing it. And what happens when the world we depend on changes? Impacts like access to safe drinking water, the effects of thawing permafrost on foundations and traditional hunting patterns, the loss of historic and cultural areas of our coastal communities, and the future for tourism economies when the coral reefs and the beaches are gone. One of the biggest lessons we all learned through sea change was that no matter where in the globe you are located or what size of population you have, all communities everywhere are facing the same kinds of challenge: how to be resilient to damage, how to survive catastrophe, how to make changes to infrastructure so that you can continue to prosper, how to become a different kind of community ready to face the future, and perhaps most importantly, how to sustainably manage the ecosystems and services on which you depend. By 2017, I was working with a volunteer with IFLA. The IFLA working group on climate change, which I was chairing at the time, was just really beginning its work. That year, IFLA produced a global accord on adaptation for a changing world to guide professional practice in the 21st century. And this simple document is even more relevant today. It challenges landscape architects to question whether their work promotes and advances three principles important to planning and design in the world of today and for the world of tomorrow. Be resilient, be transformative, and above all, be sustainable. You may all be aware of how often these words continue to be used in science, in governments, and in the public, but they're seldom linked together. And when you link them, they become a core set of principles for planning and design for a future that can be better, even when so many factors remain uncertain. If we have to adapt and change things, how about we use that opportunity to transform things? So we're not just retrofitting existing structures and altering some behavior, we're actually using adaptation efforts to ensure our communities and environments are better equipped to face future challenges. Climate change is definitely a multifaceted, challenging, ever-changing, wicked problem. Sea level rise, overland flooding, shoreline erosion, drought, wildfires, displacement, stress, each of these on their own are wicked problems with complex trickle-down issues and impacts. Difficult to isolate these solutions, hard to resolve the impacts, ever-changing problems. There's no simple solution for wicked problems. They cross disciplines, jurisdictions, environments, and neighborhoods. They damage property, affect public safety, and they can hurt people. Wicked problems have unforeseen outcomes. There will be unknown unknowns. Wicked problems can also hardly ever have one right solution because conditions keep changing, evolving, spilling over. We will need a plan A and a plan B and a plan C, and our responses will have to be nimble and flexible. Wicked problems are not easily solved by a single discipline. We need all hands on deck. We're past the time when fixing a flood meant calling an engineer and building a higher seawall or dike. Now the first question is, really, is a seawall or dike what we need to be doing? Will it just become an offshore reef in a few years? How can we protect the shore and provide good recreational and commercial space? Can we save the salt marsh, the mangrove forest? Increasingly, decision makers are seeing value in interdisciplinary teams that can include planners, engineers, landscape architects, ecologists, geomorphologists. It goes on, and especially community members. Interdisciplinary teams are different than multidisciplinary teams. In multidisciplinary teams, everybody comes, does their piece, moves on. It's a little bit like a relay race. But in multidisciplinary teams, but in interdisciplinary teams, you work closely together to develop shared solutions. Your perspective and your contribution is enriched by those of your colleagues. You help each other to be better. The outcomes are changed because you participated. Landscape architects are not just good at working with other teams. We are great at leading these complex teams. Let's talk a little bit about communities and adaptation. As Pamela noted, communities, buildings, infrastructure, 70% of our problem, and communities own and are responsible for most of the public infrastructure. A large percentage of that infrastructure in most of our countries may already be needing upgrade or repair. Building new or retrofitting existing infrastructure is expensive, and communities, no matter where they are, can have limited sources of revenue. Building the same or repairing damage to older infrastructure just sets us up for more damage to happen again. The 1 in 25 year, 1 in 100 year, 1 in 500 year design storm criteria are pretty useless now when we're getting 1 in 500 year storms and more intense, but every few years. Design storm anticipated frequency is not an effective design criteria. Now we need to look at the anticipated intensity of these storms. Now is the time to decide if we're going to build again using the same designs or if we're going to anticipate what the future might bring and begin now to plan and design cities capable of withstanding those changes that are coming. How do we benefit from taking on adaptation now? We know that if we do nothing today, we could well have to spend a heap more money to fix things tomorrow. And money spent today to avoid or minimize a problem can demonstrate a significant return on investment. Doing nothing today can also prevent us from being well positioned to benefit from climate change. The benefits generated by adaptation efforts have been estimated to outweigh the costs by a ratio of 6:1. And some of the benefits can include, in addition to the better preparation, you're also better prepared to capitalize on new opportunities. Adaptation efforts spend money and they create employment. They can reduce energy demands and improve air and water quality. They can improve public transportation networks, and overall well-planned adaptation generally enhances public well-being. Because my background and skills are in coastal adaptation, I'm going to talk to you a bit about things like sea level rise and overland flooding, and how we as landscape architects can help communities to better prepare for that different environment. Sea level rise, like many climate change impacts, has two quite different stages. Right now, we're facing significantly more severe storms that drive storm surges further inland than ever before and are higher. And they can cause catastrophic damage to coastal environments and coastal communities. But climate change is also resulting in a creeping hazard related to the slow increases in mean sea level throughout the world, which can result in a loss of fringing coral reefs and wetlands, such as mangrove forests, ecosystems that currently protect shorelines from damaging waves. Rising sea levels can also alter longshore currents and sedimentation and erosion processes, and can result in significant changes in harbors and damage to infrastructure. In some communities, the slide I'm showing you here, this is Charlottetown, the capital of the Canadian province of Prince Edward Island. Projections for sea level rise over the next 100 years will significantly alter the historic downtown, flooding many businesses and homes, affecting the harborage and destroying the beaches. This will happen whether there's a storm or not. By the way, this level of flooding that you see here, which is a combination of sea level rise and storm surge, we've already seen flooding at this level in Charlottetown. 4.29 meters above mean sea level is the new planning guide for Charlottetown for now. Sea Change provided the science behind that number, and the chief planner for Charlottetown put it into effect as a development guideline. Knowing how global climate change is affecting your community now and into the future significantly relies on science. Communicating change to an effective community is a difficult step. And then even when you've done that, what can you do about it? Getting to the place where science as well as good planning and design can lead discussions on adaptation can be a challenge. Because our concerns over global warming began with science, leadership on the topic was often vested with environmental regulatory agencies, the focus being on controlling emissions. But now we also need to be working on policy and on planning and design. And too often, these agencies are not equipped to lead those kinds of discussions. As well, two other challenges face many communities. The language being used does not work well in local government, and existing policy and practice can be very difficult to change. Language is really important in communication. We all know that, especially communication on wicked problems that may be hard to grasp. Much of the language on climate change needs to be language on risk assessment and management, but we also need to not just look at avoidance of risk and protection from disaster. We need to be considering how we can change things so that our communities prosper. We need to speak clearly, and we need to use words that resonate well within our community. I'll give you an example. The language on adaptation to sea level rise and coastal flooding and erosion began with approaches labeled do nothing, protect, accommodate, retreat. Some even used attack, defend, retreat. Developed over 20 years ago by climate scientists and ocean scientists, these words describe their approach to planning and design, but they don't translate well when you're talking to a mayor or council. They don't help you see how things are going to get better. And no mayor or council wants to defend a do nothing or retreat approach, right? Language is important because it helps people understand not just what you're doing, but why you're doing it. Planning and design should take ownership of the language we use and make sure the words help us to plan better. When we were writing the adaptation printers here in Canada, we became so frustrated with how this language was being forced onto local decision makers, we rewrote the term. So do nothing was replaced with defer, which is a conscious decision based on good information that this might not be the time to take action. Maybe action isn't needed yet. Maybe there's not sufficient data. Maybe there's insufficient resources. It would need to be revisited later. Persist replaces protect and accommodate and is any action that allows infrastructure or activities and behavior to remain in the same location. Persist may have a time limit. Even retrofit actions or protective measures like seawalls and dikes may be time limited in their effectiveness. And migrate replaces retreat and is a much more positive approach to moving away from hazardous conditions toward a safer location with a better future. Landscape architects are great communicators. My pal Martha Schwartz says communication is our superpower. We need to use that to ensure that decision makers understand the risks, are prepared to manage the risks, and are presented with clear options to improve their communities. Let's talk about identifying good adaptation options for a bit. And again, the example is coastal, but it could apply to all adaptation. Traditionally, most coastal protection relied on built infrastructure, gray adaptation, seawalls, dikes, breakwaters, stormwater piping. Increasingly, we're becoming more aware of the benefits of working with nature. Wetlands, salt marshes, dune complexes have a lot to offer to attenuate coastal impacts, but the community often does not trust those approaches to keep them safe. As well, when we hit barriers to adaptation projects, it can be because we failed to deal with the soft adaptation needs. Soft adaptation includes policy, protocols, standards. Without changes in policy and accepted established practice, legal instruments, or even purchasing processes, it can be impossible to advance needed and transformative change in a timely and effective manner. So we need to rework our policies. First, make sure there's good enabling policy and processes capable of handling complex issues. Second, ensure that ecosystem and human well-being are part of the criteria for planning and design. And third, seek options that value and work with nature, not ones that merely destroy the natural environment with concrete and steel. And finally, keep at the top of your mind the expected life cycle of what you build, especially when you build on the coasts, because it will be effective for a much shorter time frame than such measures have been in the past, as environmental conditions continuously change and evolve. Now, I want to come back to working with nature. This month, the World Congress of the IUCN met in Marseille and concluded that global temperatures have already crept close to that 1 degree increase. That the impacts are already affecting the way of life in many nations, rich and poor, and that we already may be dangerously close to irreversible tipping points in planetary systems. The IUCN urged governments throughout the world to take ambitious and effective action on emissions, but the IUCN implored governments to implement nature-based solutions while they were acting to reduce emissions. Why the emphasis on nature-based solutions? These are actions that protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural and modified ecosystems. But the emphasis is that they also simultaneously address social challenges effectively and adaptively, providing for human well-being and biodiversity benefits. In NBS partners nature with built infrastructure to ensure that the greatest possible benefit are accrued to both at the lowest possible cost to either. Why do we need to do this? Ecosystems such as forests, wetlands, and oceans sequester vast amounts of carbon. Trees and other vegetation protect us from wind and act to reduce urban heat. Marshes, as I've said, protect shorelines and coastal dwellers from storm surge. Science is telling us that if we act now, if we plant more trees, if we protect the forests and the nature we have, stop polluting the oceans, make sure all our wetlands survive, we can make an immense difference in global warming, and we can do that now. But even more importantly, for future generations, actions like these can provide as much as 30% of the mitigation needed by 2030. Imagine. Even the smallest ecosystem, urban street trees, backyards, pocket parks, does its part in removing carbon from the air. But these systems are most effective when they're mature and stable. It can take decades for new trees to reach their full potential at sequestering carbon, which is why even though we need to plant more trees and create more functioning wetlands, we must care for the ones we have and protect their right to live. Here, right here, is where landscape architects can make the greatest difference, because we work with nature on a daily basis. We can plant more, protect more, enhance more. We can shape policy, change expectations, and update the established standards. Like Dr. Seuss's lyrics, we can speak for the trees. I'm going to take a moment here to remind you who we are as landscape architects. Most of us got into this profession like Pamela and I, because we saw ourselves working in the outdoors, working with nature. For decades, we've described ourselves as stewards of the environment. We proudly proclaim that we work on the interactions between the built and the natural environment. But too many of us have forgotten that role and the responsibilities it engenders. Too often our work is focused on hard surfaces in inner cities and has had little or nothing to do with nature. I've worked in this profession since the 80s. I know what we can do. I know how creative, innovative, and expert we are. I also know we have those great skills in communication that are needed for new approaches to convince governments and clients. Our profession began with gardens. The earliest garden designers, creators of aesthetic, awe-inspiring spaces that expressed how man could control wilderness, bend it to its use, contrive to make it more artistic. The fashion in gardens evolved as sculpted views of the countryside, complete with well-positioned cows and fake Greek grottos. And always the perspective was on how nature served humanity, how we dominated. It's been over 250 years since Lancelot Brown dug up the parterres, planted trees, and pegged out sheep in the meadows of England, all to improve on the capability of the landscape. Yet so much of the ideology of nature as a resource, an asset to the owner, continues. We have to learn to become a sustaining part of our environment, to live in our community with nature, to plan and design with nature. It would seem from Brown's portrait that he's wondering why we haven't gotten on with this before now. It's been an amazing 50 years already since Ian McHarg brought a renewed focus on the need to work together with the natural environment in his book, Design with Nature. It was the right idea, but mostly it was the wrong time. It was a hard sell to an audience that wasn't looking to change its view of the world and was very busy building things. But now is the right time. Now, throughout the globe, increasing attention is being paid to the necessity to protect and enhance natural environments, to work with nature. While some are becoming more informed on the role nature can play to reduce the impacts of climate change, working with nature can still be a hard sell. But what if the rights of nature were as important as the rights to turn a profit? How would our work change if nature had its own inalienable right to survive and flourish? What if we were planning and designing, when we were doing this, we had to take into account what the river needed to have clear water and healthy fish? What if the criteria for development recognized that century trees had a better right to life than our plans for subdivision? The concept of the rights of nature is not new. First Nations people have long considered that nature in and of itself were part of their family, their community, and as such had its own rights. Some nations, communities, businesses have all adopted some form of recognition of the rights of nature. How could recognition of nature's rights change things? Currently, in most countries, nature, forests, lakes, wetlands, rivers, coasts, is viewed as property, a resource to be owned, an asset to be utilized. Laws to protect nature are mostly about permitting. How much pollution, how much infilling, how much deforestation. Well, we corral small and large areas of wilderness to protect, but we go about decimating the rest. In many situations, the owner of nature can do what he, she, they like. And if there is no owner, such as in international oceanic waters, there are no rules. When societies adopt rights of nature, nature is seen as an entity that has an independent and inalienable right to exist, to prosper, to replicate. Laws that recognize the rights of nature change the status of ecosystems, habitats, and species, giving them their own status before the law. These laws can also give those rights to any person to defend them and to receive payment for damages that are intended to restore nature. Recognition of the rights of nature legally has been growing since the late 90s, mostly in state and local governments, but in some cases by nations. In Canada, the Innu Council of Iqaluit and the Magani municipality recognized the Magpie River in Quebec as a legal person. This meant that should there ever be another proposal to dam the Magpie to produce hydroelectric power, the Magpie River itself had the right to object legally. In Mexico in 2019, an amendment by the Congress of the state of Colima recognized the rights of nature. That no interest, whether economic or political, should be above the interests and rights of nature. Imagine if urban streams could tell you, you can't dump that here, and no way are you going to put me into a pipe. Imagine if clients had to think about whether that urban forest or that century tree would agree to be cut down, as opposed to how much of a fine am I going to have to pay to do it? Maud Barlow, who's a great Canadian leader, said, every now and again in history, the human race takes a collective step forward in its evolution. Such a time is upon us now, as we begin to understand the urgent need to protect the earth and its ecosystems from which all life comes. We need to take that collective step forward in our evolution as a profession. We must make a paradigm shift from dominating and using nature to planning and design that honors the rights of nature and respects the contributions ecosystems, habitats, and species will make toward a better life for us all. As landscape architects, one of the cornerstones of our profession must be advancing understanding of the role played by nature to value and protect nature wherever it might be located and to work towards sustainable use and management. Nature for All is a core program of the IUCN, which focuses on the belief that a personal experience of nature is necessary to evaluation of nature. And I've known for years that when you have a personal experience with nature, it can lead to a love for nature that stays with you through your entire life. Our love of nature can also translate into having a higher evaluation of natural environments, for parks, for green spaces, for river shores, for ocean beaches. Our love of nature leads us to the understanding that access to nature should be the right of every citizen of the globe. A love of nature inspires municipal authorities to value nature as they value economic and infrastructure assets. So what can landscape architects contribute to adaptation and advancing the rights of nature in their work? Well, the answer, of course, is a lot. People are still making really dumb decisions about planning and design, like this house here in Canada, which is so far from the coast that if it ever suffers from sea level rise, the whole island province it sits on will be underwater. We can demonstrate that ugly does not need to be a design criteria. Why have we convinced people that this is the best we can do, that these approaches are the best options to keep us safe? And if this sort of approach is considered to be the inexpensive options, what are the costs that are being incurred by the natural environment, by our cultures, by the spirit of the place? It's past time to accept lip service for protecting nature. The sad thing is I've been using these cartoons for almost 30 years, and they're still really relevant today. This we must change. This is the 21st century, and it's time for change. We can make functional adaptation also attractive adaptation. Seawalls to break eroding waves can look like art installations in the landscape, like this piece by the Sangha architects in British Columbia, and they can still function really well, perhaps even better than the earlier options. We can work with nature, not against it. The city of Vancouver, like other cities across the globe, is working to capture, clean, and re-inject water to ensure that stormwater measures create community amenities and not community eyesores. Green roofs are working to reflect heat and cool our urban centers. The Port of Vancouver in British Columbia is completing this really interesting shoreline restoration project right in the middle of one of Canada's largest cities. Brighton Park Shoreline will incorporate regenerated salt marshes, a new creek estuary, woodlands, and recreational space. And it's right next to a shipping pier, a rail line, and a major transportation artery. So many projects like these, ones that are reclaiming a natural shoreline, creating habitat, capitalizing recreational space, are also providing stability to shorelines at risk from sea level rise and increased wave energy. Perhaps the biggest success for the Brighton project is that salmon are now once again found in the creek. The nearby city of Richmond, which is a considerable threat from sea levels, has plans for shoreline protection that include artificially created offshore reefs and islands, nearshore wetlands and salt marshes, and protective dikes that together will form a formidable barrier to sea level rise, reduce erosion, and increase public access and use. The salt marsh protects the foot of and the seaward slope of the dikes, which in turn protect the residential and commercial areas. And as water levels increase, the offshore islands are likely to become underwater reefs, but they'll still break wave energy before it reaches the dikes. In Toronto, restoration is hard at work at the mouth of the Don River. The Don has for decades been a highly industrial and despoiled landscape. The new estuary will restore the natural environment and provide protection from flooding during high water events to several hundred acres of downtown property. Also in Toronto, the ravine strategy is ensuring that degraded environments along the shores of the many rivers that flow through the city are restored and opportunities for recreation and education are enhanced. The ravines of Toronto, which were once really polluted rain sewers, are becoming a tremendous asset to the city. In Edmonton, the Breathe Project is providing insightful flood relief, protecting and enhancing natural environments and cultural spaces, and creating artistic yet functional interpretations in the landscape. Much can be accomplished at all scales, from small to large. Peak stormwater flows can be attended even with small bioswales between the roadway and the sidewalk. And backyards are a great place to install rain collection barrels and teach the value in using native species and in growing your own food. As we continue to struggle with the pandemic, we're learning to function within an altered reality. In fact, the pandemic has strengthened our resolve to do more and to do it now. COVID has shown us how resilient we already are, how much we accomplish from kitchen tables and basements all over the world. Today, I'm in my home in Ottawa, but daily I meet with colleagues in landscape architecture, not just from across our vast nation, but from their homes all over the globe. This week, the Barcelona Biennial in Landscape Architecture went forward, a large international gathering, all of us reaching out from countries all over the world, but still in our own homes. We've learned so much about what we can accomplish during a global pandemic. Why would we need to constrain any of our dreams for creating a better future? I've shown you some of the award-winning work other landscape architects are undertaking in Canada and around the world. Unfortunately, my hard hat, it sits just above my desk, mostly just gathering dust these days. I miss the creativity and the challenge of planning and design process, and I miss building stuff. But in the past 10 years, I've learned I can achieve a lot by talking to people, convincing them to change their perspective and their practice to take action. Exactly what I hope I'm doing here for some of you today. As I said, communication is a skill that landscape architects are actually taught. We're taught how to take an idea, put it on paper or on a computer screen. We're taught how to transfer a vision we have in our head into something that others can see, can appreciate, can understand. We learn how to engage people and to gain their trust so that they will give us the resources to build that thing we can see in our head. Martha was making a very real statement when she said communication was the landscape architect's superpower. And she also says that we're not just great talkers, we're also great listeners because we need to understand. We need to understand all the issues associated with the work we do at all the scales appropriate to those sites, from large landscapes to small pocket parks. We learn to listen to other disciplines, to scientists, to what a colleague of mine calls subject matter experts. But we also learn to listen to the people in the community because every person brings a unique perspective and a unique knowledge that's inherently valuable when you're trying to form a plan or lay out a design. Because we listen and because we learn, we can fix problems, enhance ecosystems, advance prosperity, and make society and environments sustainable and beautiful and well-loved. And as Pamela pointed out, we can also lead. Pamela laid out for you the 6 statements of the IFLA Climate Action Commitment, 6 simple statements that will help our profession change our own perspective and change our world. I believe that as the world changes, as we become more aware of the value of nature and the need for nature-based solutions, and our dependency on global food chains, global supply chains, global travel, that we are entering actually a golden age for landscape architecture. I believe landscape architects can be the engine that not only inspires change in social behavior, but drives change. We can use our superpower to convince decision makers that what is possible is also practical, and what is practical can and must sustain ecosystems and societies. We can show our communities that accepting second best is not best for anyone. We can create a future that is techier, cooler, healthier, and beautiful, and we can make it an exciting journey. Thank you so much for listening to my voice for so long. And now it would be great to hear from some of you. And there's a final slide so that you can capture some additional resources if you have an interest in doing some more reading.
Colleen, thank you so much for this inspiring lecture. I'm really excited. You pointed out very important things, and I think that we have to change the perspective, as you said, because we, from the Anthropocene view, nature, it's like a thing that we can grab and use and then throw away. But this perspective that you're presenting us today, that the nature has the right to the innate right to live, to thrive, I think that it's something that we must talk about. And well, we have here one question from Fanny Mendez. How could you, he says, how could you make the local government in a small city make an urban planning that includes actions that attend the global agenda, but with a limited budget?
You know, one of the things that the Sea Change Project taught us, we worked with local managers in all our communities. So the lead planners, and very seldom landscape architects, because most communities don't have them, but engineers. And resources for communities very hard to come by. Even here in Canada, they can only gain resources from a federal government grant for infrastructure or from taxes. So they have very tight budgets. And in smaller communities, the smaller the community gets, the bigger the price of changes to infrastructure are to every person who lives in the community. One of the things that's happening, though, and it's very interesting for me because it's only been in the last 3 to 5 years, is we're beginning to understand that global warming, which is a global issue, has local impacts on us. And we're beginning to understand that we have to respond to those at a local level. So I know Martha talked to you yesterday, I think it was, about heat, urban heat, and the heat that cities like Mexico City are seeing, but also heat in the small communities. So we have many communities in Canada that don't have air conditioning like you do in Mexico. So it's a matter of trying to get people to rethink how their community is situated. Our First Nations people here in Canada teach us that we live in the community of nature, that nature is not an asset to our community, that we live in the community of nature. So the issue is that we can't reduce the heat coming into our cities by buying technology because we can't afford it, but we can plant trees. We can put roof gardens up. We can create spaces that will shelter people on the hottest of days. We can give them access to clean water, so it will be okay for them to get out of their homes or their businesses and cool off in those situations. It's a matter of really rethinking. We've relied so long on, we would go to the city, live in the city, and the city would take care of all of our needs, that it's a bit of a shock to now realize that we couldn't afford to do that. And even if we had the technology, it's probably not the easiest thing to implement. About 10 years ago, I saw a switch in North America, certainly, in the way that municipalities started looking at natural assets, was the term that has been used a lot, because they started to put a higher value on having clean water in naturally occurring in the streams, and understanding that when you don't have clean water, you have disease. So you have to deal with that. They started to put a higher value on the role that rivers and watersheds like the rivers in Toronto played in managing our stormwater, and that it could reduce our stormwater costs by tens of thousands to hundreds of millions of dollars. So there was a greater interest seen in how can we use that? How can we use a wetland to provide treatment for sewage? So the interest has been growing, but unfortunately, and this is where our profession has to step forward, the people who are talking about it don't really know how to do it. And our profession can be seen as the garden creators. So people don't realize that we manage stormwater, we do shoreline reconstruction, we understand how to manage watersheds, we know how to reinfiltrate water from heavy precipitation. So it's a matter of us really trying to find ways to educate our community that there are people who are skilled in bringing built infrastructure and natural infrastructure together, so that changes, this transformation I'm talking about, can take place without costing so much money, that we can actually do it with the resources we've been provided. I have a funny little thing on my shelf here. I come from a big island off the east coast of Canada called Newfoundland, and this is called a killick. And I keep it on my shelf because it's the model of an anchor. Along the coast of Newfoundland, when it was first settled by the Europeans back in the 1500s, supply ships came maybe twice a season. And if a fisherman lost his metal anchor, he couldn't fish from his boat. So my ancestors learned to make anchors out of trees, roots, and rocks, and it's called a killick. And I've seen a picture of one that's big enough to anchor a coastal steamer that lost its anchor in a storm. And to me, the killick represents how we need to be looking back to nature to find actually quite simple solutions if we would just open our minds to them.
Brilliant, brilliant, Colleen. There's another question. It comes from Luis de la Torre. It is urgent and necessary to change the concepts in landscape architecture and architecture design, such as defend, protect, attack the elements of the physical environment to adapt, understand, and coordinate with them. What could be one of the biggest recommendation that you can give us to start with this change?
Luis, that's a really, really good question. And there's not an easy solution. I find myself sometimes giving presentations at engineering conferences, because one of the things we have to do is not change our hearts and minds, we have to change the hearts and minds of our colleagues in architecture and engineering. And I think it was Gabriel Diaz, Montemayor, who said earlier today he had a picture of the Army Corps of Engineers and the work that they had done on stormwater retention in that village. We continually think if we can just apply enough concrete and steel, we can fix the problem. So it's a very simplistic approach, but there's so much trust in our societies, in the profession of engineering especially. It's been well deserved, but it's now too simplistic an approach. So the difficulty is to get in, to meet with mayors and councils, to meet with the decision makers in the communities. Because until they change, or we change their perspective, when they need to have a contract done or they want a study done, they're still going to write it the same way. And when they organize public meetings and they want to talk about defend, protect, and attack, it sets the community up against the natural environment. And the fear is that, especially when you're dealing with sea level rise and heavy storms, and Mexico gets the same kind of hurricanes we do here. If we don't have a big seawall, then we're going to be flooded out. But that seawall is probably going to be underwater in another 25 years anyway. So we really, really need to be thinking of a more complex approach. And I think the biggest example I could give you is after Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. I mean, that hurricane was so bad and the dikes got breached because they had taken out all the coastal islands for oil and gas development, and they destroyed the mangrove. And so there was no offshore protection for the storm surges and the heavy waves that came ashore. They're putting them back now because now they understand that that's the only thing that will survive offshore. They can't build something out there. So it's going to take a lot of talking. That's the reason why that's what I talked about today, is before we can get to where we can put pen to paper or mouse to computer to design, we have to step up our position as landscape architects. Some of this involves going to public meetings. Some of it involves going into conferences with other professions to show them what we do, because there's so many of them throughout the world, they have no idea that any of the things I showed today are even possible. And they always think, oh, that's going to cost a fortune. I spent 35 years in private practice teaching people that when you work with nature, I save you money. So I did a lot of big industrial and commercial and infrastructure work. Not as much pretty work as I would have liked to have done. But one of my fun things was to demonstrate to the client at the end of my site design how much money I saved him from traditional approaches. So these are the kinds of things. It's getting the metrics. What is the value of that tree before you cut it down? You know that it's probably worth $10,000 a year because of the amount of cooling it gives out and the air quality it changes. So it's trying to talk to people to get them to see a different approach.
Colleen, thank you so much for this lecture. I think you have inspired a lot of us. Muchas gracias, Colleen, por esta conferencia. Creo que nos has inspirado a muchos de nosotros. Traduzco rápidamente la pregunta que se hizo. Ay, Dios mío, ya la perdí en el chat. Donde hablaba sobre, bueno, cómo se podrían hacer acciones de planeación apegadas al presupuesto global en localidades pequeñas. Y al final, y resumiendo la segunda pregunta, también se habla de cómo cuando se hace un vínculo con la naturaleza, siempre se va a acabar ahorrando, siempre va a ser algo que va a durar a corto y mediano y largo plazo, porque muchas de las soluciones de ingeniería tradicionales probablemente van a estar bajo el agua de aquí a unos años. Y no necesitamos cambiar nosotros, sino necesitamos cambiar el corazón y las mentes de nuestros colegas a través de estas aproximaciones. Y mucho del trabajo que Colleen ha realizado ha sido el de poder hablar y el poder concientizar a quienes están trabajando en el diseño del espacio construido sobre formas diferentes, porque hay muchos que aún no saben cómo hacerlo, o de quienes hablan al respecto no saben cómo realizarlo. Colleen, it has been great. I'm deeply honored to have shared this space with you. I hope that we could work together in a future. And thank you so much for coming here and inspiring so many landscape architects, students, professors, the ones that didn't have the chance to hear you before. I think that you here today touched many hearts also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. It was great to be with you. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Adelante, adelante.
Me despido. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Gracias, Michelle. Gracias, Colleen. Pues muchas gracias a todos los ponentes. Le agradecemos a los ponentes magistrales que sus ponencias, perdón, valga la redundancia, fueron moderadas por la maestra Michelle Meza, profesora de tiempo completo de la licenciatura de Arquitectura de Paisaje. Thank you, Simon Bell, de Estonia, Pamela Conrad, de Estados Unidos, thank you, y Colleen Mercer, de Canadá, thank you. Y también le agradecemos a los ponentes de la tercera mesa de discusión, Ciudad y Región, moderada también por el maestro Pedro Ayala de la Universidad de Guanajuato. Muchas gracias, Pedro. Y gracias a María Bellalta de Estados Unidos, Lúcia Veras de Brasil y Gabriel Díaz Montemayor de Estados Unidos. Los invitamos a volver el día de mañana. Mañana se abrirá el coloquio con una mesa de discusión, la mesa de discusión 4, titulada Gestión, por la doctora Carla Felipe Narciso, investigadora del CIOP de nuestra facultad. Estarán los ponentes María Goula de Estados Unidos, Rosario Oliveira de Portugal y Andreas Hildebrand de España. Conferencia de clausura la dará Bárbara Dodge y habrá después de esta conferencia, de esta gran clausura, unas palabras del director de nuestra facultad y de la coordinación de la licenciatura de Arquitectura de Paisaje, y daremos la estafeta al comité organizador de Madrid del coloquio en el 2022, al doctor José Luis Carles, de la Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, y la doctora Cristina Palmese, del Laboratorio de Paisaje Sensorial. También les comunicamos que el registro de asistencia ya está en redes sociales, en Facebook y YouTube, y lo pueden ver. Y muchas gracias a todas y a todos. Hasta mañana.